Countdown for blast off. X minus 5, 4, 3, 2, X minus 1, fire. From the far horizons of the unknown come tales of new dimensions in time and space. These are stories of the future, adventures in which you'll live in a million, could be years, on 1,000 maybe worlds. The National Broadcasting Company, in cooperation with Galaxy Science Fiction Magazine, presents
X minus 1.
Tonight, Hostess by Isaac Asimov.
I was so happy about it when I came home, almost triumphant. I dashed in the front door, peeled off my gloves, threw my hat on the side table, and tossed my coat over the back of a chair.
Well, you missed supper.
Drake, we're going to have him here.
Who here? What are you talking about?
The doctor from Hawkins' Planet. Didn't you realize that was what today's conference was about?
When you say the doctor from Hawkins' Planet, do you mean the Hawkins site you've got at the Institute?
Well, of course. Who else could I possibly mean?
May I ask what the devil you mean by saying we'll have him here?
Darling, the Hawkins site would like to stay at a private house somewhere where he won't be bothered with official ceremony, where he'll be able to proceed more according to his own likes and dislikes. I find it quite understandable.
Well, whenever you start using formal sentences, I know you're hiding extreme irritation.
Well, you don't seem to be trying to hide it at all. Well, what's the matter?
Look, I don't see where we've got room for extraterrestrial visitors.
Are you serious? He can stay in the spare room. Honestly, Drake, all we have to do is show a certain amount of adaptability.
Sure, just a little adaptability. The Hawkins site breathes cyanide. We'll just adapt ourselves to that, I suppose.
He carries cyanide in a little cylinder. You won't even notice it.
Mm-hmm. And what else is there about them I won't notice?
Nothing else. They're perfectly harmless. They're even vegetarians.
Well, what about us? Do we eat meat ourselves, or will that make us look like cannibals to him? I won't live on salads to suit him, I warn you.
Drake, it means very much to me.
Well, why?
Because if he stays here for any length of time, I can study him real closely. Very little work has been done on the biology and psychology of the individual Hawkins site or of any of the extraterrestrial intelligences. Surely you must see the opportunity. He stays here. We speak to him, watch him, observe his habits.
Look, I've spoken to men who are in charge of security groups watching various Hawkins site missions on Earth. The missions stay in the rooms assigned to them, and they don't leave for anything but the most important official business. They have nothing to do with Earthmen. It's quite obvious that they're as revolted by us as I personally am by them.
Drake, he's a doctor. He's coming here for medical research, and I'll grant you that he probably doesn't enjoy staying with human beings and will probably find us perfectly horrible. But he must stay just the same.
All right. Have it your own way. You sure you don't want any coffee?
No. Drake, you're not angry about this, are you?
No, I'm not angry.
Most of my friends had been surprised when I married Drake because they couldn't understand my marrying a policeman. I explained he wasn't simply a policeman. He was a member of the World Security Board, but most of the staff at the Institute thought it rather odd that I hadn't married a biologist or at least an anthropologist, even a chemist, but certainly not a policeman. I was waiting for Drake with some apprehension that evening as I sat in the living room. Hark Tolan, the Hawkins site, was standing quietly in the middle of the room. He was not sitting, since he was not anatomically constructed to sit. He stood on two sets of limbs placed close together, while a third pair, entirely different in their construction, were suspended from a region that would have been the upper chest in the human being. His skin was hard, glistening, and ridged, and his face wore a distant resemblance to something alienly bovine.
Mrs. Smollett, you must forgive my English. The construction of my mouth, combined with the absence of incisors and canine teeth, is an obstacle to clear speech.
I think you speak very well.
Thank you.
My husband will be home soon, and then we'll eat.
Your husband?
Well,
Husband?
Yes, you know. Mr. Smollett.
A male, of course. You must forgive me, Mrs. Smollett. Perhaps the greatest source of confusion among the 5 known races of the galaxy lies in the differences among them in regard to their sex life and the social institutions that grow around it.
I understand that.
The concept of husband and wife, for instance, exists only on Earth. I can achieve a sort of intellectual understanding of what that means, never an emotional one.
Dr. Tolan, I've consulted the Institute in preparing a menu, and I trust you'll find nothing in it that will upset you. Drake? Drake, is that you?
Yeah.
I'm in the living room, dear.
I suppose he's all delivered, complete.
Drake, this is Dr. Hark Tolan of Hawkins Planet. Dr. Tolan, my husband.
Good evening, Dr. Tolan.
Mr. Smollett?
Would you care for a drink?
I'm not particularly thirsty.
On Earth, there is a custom of drinking liquids which have been fortified with ethyl alcohol. We find it stimulating.
Oh, yes. I'm afraid, then, that I must decline. Ethyl alcohol would interfere most unpleasantly with my metabolism.
Well, so it does to Earthmen, too. But I understand, Dr. Tolan. Would you object to my drinking?
Of course not.
Good. I need one. A stiff one.
He stood at the table. I tried not to look at him as he ate. His wide, lipless mouth split his face alarmingly as he ingested food, and in chewing, his large jaws moved from side to side. There was evidence of his ungulate ancestry. I found myself wondering whether he would chew his cud later, and then I was afraid that Drake would get the same idea and leave the table in disgust, but he was taking everything quite calmly.
I imagine, Dr. Tolan, that the cylinder at your side holds cyanide.
Quite so.
Pure cyanide?
I hope you are not considering possible danger. I know the gas is highly poisonous to you, and I do not need a great deal. None of it emerges, except when I actually suck at the tube, which is fixed at the corner of my mouth.
I see. And you really must have the gas to live?
Are you not a biologist, Mr. Smollett?
No, Dr. Tolan. It's merely a minor government official. My wife's friends call me a policeman. Tell me, what happens if you don't breathe cyanide? Do you, just go like that?
Oh, not quite. The absence of it would be equivalent to slow strangulation. Mm-hmm. Results are very painful, difficult to treat. I've done some research on the problem.
I find it difficult to keep thinking of you as a doctor.
I understand what you mean. I find it difficult to think of you as a policeman.
I gather that you're not here on a pleasure trip. Huh?
No. I intend to study this queer planet you call Earth.
Queer? In what way?
It is always amazing to me to find how little you Earthmen understand your own characteristics. There are 5 intelligent races in the galaxy. Over and over, it is you Earthmen, more than any of the others, who are unique. Your people are the only ones which find hydrogen cyanide poisonous. Yours is the only form of intelligent life which is carnivorous. Yours is the only form of life which has not developed from the grazing animal. And most interesting of all, yours is the only form of intelligent life known which stops growing upon reaching maturity.
Well, you don't look very large, Dr. Tolan. I should say that you're an inch taller than I, which would make you 6'2". Are you young, or are you just small on Hawkins Planet?
Neither. We grow at a diminishing rate with the years, so that at my age it would take 15 years to grow an additional inch. But we never entirely stop. And, of course, as a consequence, we never entirely die.
Did you hear that, Rose?
I never knew that before.
You mean people on Hawkins Planet are immortal?
No people are truly immortal. Few of us live more than several centuries of your time. Still, it is unpleasant to think that death may come involuntarily. It is something which to us is extremely horrible.
Oh, we're quite used to it.
You Earthmen live with the thought. We do not. This is why we are disturbed to find that the incidence of inhibition death has been increasing in recent years.
What is this inhibition death?
a pathological cessation of growth. It's a wasting disease, a tragic one, and absolutely incurable. It's fatal within a year.
What causes it?
Mr. Smollett, we know nothing about the cause of the disease.
Well, then why did you come to Earth to study it?
Because, again, Earthmen are unique. They are the only intelligent beings who are immune. The inhibition death affects all other races, while Earthmen are immune. Somewhere in the biochemistry of the Earthite, there is the secret of that immunity. How interesting it would be to find it.
Well, now, look here. You can't say that Earthmen are immune. From where I sit, it looks as if the incidence is 100%. All Earthmen stop growing, and all Earthmen die. We've all got the inhibition death.
Earthmen live up to 70 years after the cessation of growth. That is not death as we know it. Your equivalent disease is rather one of unrestrained growth. Cancer, you call it.
Drake was being pleasant to Dr. Tolan. I wasn't sure whether it was for my sake or for his own. Drake has never gone out of his way to please me. Sometimes when I'm gloomy, I look at him across the table and ask myself, why did he marry me? And suddenly, after dinner in the living room, Dr. Tolan asked a question which surprised me.
You are a policeman, Mr. Smollett?
Yes.
I wonder, could you show me through one of the police departments on your planet?
Well, I don't belong to a police department in exactly the way you imagine. However, I have some contacts in the New York City Department.
Would I be able to visit the Missing Persons Bureau?
Why are you interested in the Missing Persons Bureau?
Because there again, you are unique. There's no such thing as a missing person on our planet. We're always aware of each other's exact location, no matter where on the planet we might be.
Can you feel such awareness even now, on Earth?
You mean across space? No, I'm afraid not. But you see the importance of the matter. All the uniqueness of Earth should be linked. If the lack of this sense can be explained, perhaps the immunity to inhibition death can be also. Tell me truthfully, Mr. Smollett, if Mrs. Smollett were to leave this room and enter another without your having seen her do so, would you really not be aware of her location?
I really would not.
Amazing. Please do not be offended by the fact that I find it revolting as well.
Drake.
Yes, I'm awake.
Why were you talking about the inhibition death to Dr. Tolan?
I'm taking an interest in your work, Rose. You've always wanted me to take an interest.
I'd rather you weren't sarcastic.
Rose, I'm tired. I'll talk to you tomorrow.
No, right now.
I want no questions from you and no interference. You do your job and I'll do mine.
The nature of my job is open and known.
The nature of my job isn't, by definition, but I'll tell you this. Our six-legged friend is here in this house for some definite reason. You weren't picked as biologist in charge for any random reason. 2 days ago, he'd been inquiring about me at the commission. But that's my job, and I won't discuss it with you any further. Do you understand?
No. But I won't question you if you don't want me to.
All right, then go to sleep.
I lay stiffly on my back, and the minutes passed and the quarter hours. I was trying to fit the pieces together. One picture remained clear in my mind. It hovered over me mockingly. At the end of the evening, the Hawkinsite had turned to me just before he left the room.
Good night, Mrs. Smollett. You're a most charming hostess.
I wanted to giggle then. How could he call me a charming hostess? To him, I must have been a horror, a monstrosity with too few limbs and too narrow a face. But then I saw Drake. He turned white. For one instant, his eyes had burned with something that looked like terror. I'd never before known Drake to show fear of anything, and the picture of that instant of pure panic remained with me, until all my thoughts finally sagged into the oblivion of sleep. I remember one question that nagged at me through the haze. Why did he marry me?
I found your Missing Persons Bureau interesting in that the large majority of missing persons are males.
Oh, well, that's not mysterious, Dr. Tolan. You simply didn't realize the economic setup we have on Earth.
My wife is an example of the minority of women who are capable of making their own way in the world.
Would you call the Missing Persons Bureau of New York a fair sampling of such cases in the planet at large?
Yes, I should think so.
Is there then an economic explanation for the fact that since interstellar travel has been developed, the percentage of young males among the missing is more pronounced than ever?
Well, that's even less of a mystery than the other. Nowadays, a runaway can hop the nearest space freighter. They're always looking for crewmen. No questions asked.
It's almost always young men in their first year of marriage.
Well, that's just the time a man's troubles seem the greatest. If he survives the first year, there's usually no need to disappear at all.
Would it offend you if I disconnected for a period of time?
Disconnected?
It's like sleep. Oh. I hope you haven't had too exhausting a day.
It's just that I've been absorbing so many new and unusual concepts that I feel a desire for a little disconnection.
Drake, we've been sitting here for 10 minutes. Aren't you going to speak to me?
About what?
Last night you said you'd speak to me tomorrow. Well, I'm ready now.
I thought it was agreed that you wouldn't question me about my business in this matter.
I think it's too late for that. I know too much about your business by now.
What? What do you mean?
Drake, let go of my arm.
What are you talking about?
Dr. Tolan thinks that Earth is spreading the inhibition death purposely. That's it, isn't it?
Where did you get that idea?
It's true, isn't it?
I want to know exactly why you say that. Don't play games with me, Rose. This is for keeps.
Why don't you ask Dr. Tolan? He's an outstanding worker in the field. I looked over his papers this afternoon.
And what are his theories about the origin of the disease? Try to remember, Rose.
I think he blames Earth, but I think he admits they know nothing about how the disease is spread.
Well, I'll find out about this right now.
Drake, what are you going to do? What's that?
It's my gun. I'm going to ask him a few questions.
He ran out of the bedroom, down the corridor towards Dr. Tolan's room. I ran after him, caught him just as he entered the door. The Hawkinsite was standing there, motionless, his eyes unfocused, his 4 standing limbs sprawled out in 4 directions as far as they would go.
Now keep quiet. He'll gradually become aware of me. Get out of here.
No, Drake. What are you doing?
Quiet. There, you see? The skin on his face is beginning to quiver. Well, that's about all, Dr. Tolan. Don't throw in connection with any of the limbs. Your sense organs and the voice box will be quite enough.
Why do you invade my disconnection chamber? And why are you armed? What do you want?
The answer to certain questions.
With a gun in your hand? I'm sorry, Mr. Smollett, that the duties toward a guest are so badly understood on Earth.
You're no guest of mine, Dr. Tolan. You entered my home under false pretenses.
You had better shoot. It will save time.
You are convinced that you'll answer no questions? Now, that in itself is suspicious. It seems that you consider certain answers to be more important than your life.
I consider the principle of courtesy to be very important. You, as an Earthman, may not understand.
Perhaps not. But I can understand one thing. Your cyanide cylinder. Suppose I pull it out of your mouth. Rose, hold your breath until I close the valve. There. All right, Tolan. You realize what will happen to you if you don't answer the questions I'm going to ask you. Cyanide lack. It would be a most uncomfortable death. I'm only an Earthman. I can't appreciate its true horrors, but you can, can't you?
Drake, give him the cylinder. Give it back to him.
You have about 1 hour, I think, until the effects are irreversible. Talk quickly, Dr. Tolan. You'll have your cyanide cylinder back.
What are your questions?
What are your theories concerning the inhibition death? Why did you really come to Earth? What is your interest in the Missing Persons Bureau?
For years, I have been investigating the cell structure of my patients suffering from inhibition death. I've been forced to use the utmost secrecy, since the methods I used were frowned on by my people. Your society would have similar feelings against human vivisection, for instance. For this reason, I could not present the results I obtained to my fellow physicians, until I had verified my theories here on Earth.
And what are they?
The inhibition death is entirely a disease of the mind.
You mean it's psychosomatic?
No, Miss Smollett, it is not psychosomatic. It is a true disease of the mind, a mental infection. My patients had double minds. Beyond and beneath the one that obviously belonged to them, there was evidence of another one, an alien mind. In short, there are not only 5 intelligences in the galaxy, but 6. And the 6th is parasitic.
This is impossible. You must be mistaken, Dr.
No, I'm not mistaken. One can imagine such a parasite through the course of millions of years, perhaps losing all portions of its physical being. It'll become nothing but pure mind, living in some mental fashion we cannot conceive of on the minds of others, particularly on the minds of Earthmen.
Why particularly Earthmen?
Have you not surmised that the 6th intelligence is a native of Earth? Mankind from the beginning has lived with it, has adapted to it, is unconscious of it. It is why the higher species of terrestrial animals, including man, do not grow after maturity and eventually die. And it is what is called natural death. It is the result of this universal parasitic infestation. Where Earthmen could survive the infection for decades with little harm, we others die a quick death within a year. Give me back my cylinder. You have your answer.
What about the Missing Persons Bureau?
Drake, look at his eyes. Give it back to him.
As we are not well adapted to the intelligence that infests man, neither is it well adapted to us. It can live on us, but it cannot reproduce, with ourselves alone as the source of its life. The inhibition death is therefore not directly contagious among our people.
What are you implying, Dr. Tolan?
The Earthman remains the prime host for the parasite, and an Earthman may infect one of us if he remains among us. But the parasite, once it is located in an intelligence of the outer worlds, must somehow return to an Earthman if it expects to reproduce. We are infected and reinfected as the parasites return to Earth and come back to us via the mind of Earthmen who travel through space.
And the missing persons?
Are the intermediate hosts. The masculine terrestrial mind seems better suited for their purpose. But once reproduction has been taken care of, the infested male leaves by spaceship for the outer worlds. He disappears.
But this is impossible. What you say implies that the parasite mind can control the actions of its host. That can't be, or we would have noticed their presence here on Earth.
The control may be very subtle. It may, moreover, be exerted only during the period of active reproduction. I simply point to your Missing Persons Bureau. Why do the young men disappear? I'm quite ill now, cyanide lack, and I cannot speak much longer.
And you alone, of all your people, have any knowledge of this theory of yours?
I alone. You will give me back my cyanide cylinder now. I've become quite weak.
Sure. Sure, Dr. Tolan. Rose.
No!
Rose, come out of here. Come on now. Come on.
He's dead. He's dead. You shot
Outside.
him.
Out. Quiet, Rose. Quiet. I told you to have nothing to do with this.
Let me go. I want to go. I want to go.
Why? Because of something it was my job to do? You heard what that creature was saying? You suppose I could allow him to return to his world and spread those lies? They'd believe him. What do you think would happen then? They would have to kill us all to stop that disease.
What he said wasn't a lie. It was true.
Oh, come on. Now you're hysterical. You need sleep.
I know what he said was true because the Security Commission knows all about the same theory and knows it's true.
Why do you say a thing like that?
Because you let it slip yourself.
Now sit down. Sit down. Well, so I gave myself away, did I? When?
You turned white when Hark Tolan referred to me as a charming hostess. Hostess has a double meaning, Drake. A host is one who harbors a parasite.
Well, I had no idea I was so transparent. Look, Rose, I've done my best to keep you out of this.
The truth can't be held down forever. Somebody else will find out. You can't kill them all.
We know that, too. We have no choice.
Why? Why can't we combine with the other intelligences and wipe out the parasite?
No, you don't understand. Hark Tolan was right. Man and his prehistoric ancestors have been living with this parasitic intelligence for uncounted ages. We've not only become adapted to it, we've become dependent on it. It is no longer a case of parasitism. It's a case of mutual cooperation. You biologists have a name for it.
What are you talking about? Symbiosis?
Yes, exactly. We have a disease of our own, remember? It is a reverse disease, one of unrestrained growth. We've mentioned it already as a contrast to inhibition death. It's all very well to say that if we could remove the parasite, we would have eternal growth in life, but it's impossible for us. If for any reason the parasitic intelligence, as Hark Tolan calls it, does leave the human body, or if its relationship to the human mind is in any way impaired, growth does take place, but not in an orderly fashion. We call the growth cancer, and there you have it. There's no way of getting rid of the parasite. We're together for all eternity. To get rid of their inhibition death, extraterrestrials must first wipe out all vertebrate life on Earth. There is no other solution for them. So we must keep knowledge of it from them. Now do you understand?
He got the body out of the apartment. I sat there numbly. He lied to me. Cancer could not be a disease that was an expression of lost ability for normal growth. Cancer attacked children while they were still growing. It could even attack embryonic tissue. Cancer had nothing to do with the presence or absence of normal growth. Its absence would not cause cancer. Drake lied, but no one would believe me. The young men who disappeared were usually in the first year of their marriage. Whatever the process of reproduction of the parasite intelligence was, it must involve close association with another parasite. The type of close and continuous association, as in the case of newly married couples. The parasite could control actions. I'd report them both, Drake Smollett and Hark Tolan, to the Missing Persons Bureau. But they'd never find them, for they'd be out in space. I wanted to weep, but I couldn't. I was dry-eyed, and it was painful. I'd looked for the answers to so many questions, and I'd found them all. I even found the answer to the question I thought had no bearing on the subject. I finally learned why Drake had married me.
You have just heard X-1, presented by the National Broadcasting Company in cooperation with Galaxy Science Fiction Magazine. Your announcer, Fred Collins. X-1 was an NBC Radio Network production.
Check, testing, 1, 2, fuck it. Good morning, everyone. How are we today? We're doing good, yeah. It is the 13th of November. Here we are. Another beautiful day in paradise. That's right. That's right. Totally cool. I got coffee brewing. I've decided that having coffee too soon after I put my teeth in, my dentures, is causing the glue to go bad. So I'm going to wait an hour this morning until I put coffee in my face. So the coffee's brewing. I'm going to wait about another 30 or 40 minutes until I get my cup of coffee, because by then my dentures will have been in about an hour. Yesterday I had to take them out. I got done with the show, and I yanked them out and put them back in, and they were fine the rest of the day. I let them stay in for about an hour longer before I ate yesterday, had lunch, and that seemed to work. My daughter has checked with her friends to see what their fathers use as far as denture adhesive. Isn't that sweet? Those girls are so awesome. They're the sweetest kids in the world. That's just... wow. Hear that coffee? You know what? I'm going to get a coffee pot in here. I don't know if I'm going to get one of those, which might be a good idea. It might be good to have one in here. Something where I can just reach and grab a pot and warm up my coffee. That sounds good. I get to smell it for 30 or 40 minutes before I actually get to drink it. That really sounds weird. Totally. Well, good morning anyway. I'm here. I'm weird. Get used to it. What are you going to do about it? Nothing, that's what. Yeah. Wow. Yeah, baby. This is the morning show. This is what we do in the morning. Normally I would be drinking coffee already. But we're just going to have to... wait until we can go... It's going to be a little bit. I'm going to get these teeths, these toofses in my head to situate, stabilize. They feel pretty good. I'm liking it, yeah. It's feeling good, yeah. Right on, yeah. I'm going to have to open up my little container here. Drop one of these guys in there. Go ahead. Clean it off a little bit. Pardon me. I've been drinking some cold water this morning, and it seems to have given me the slight burpses. A little bit of burpses. Totally. Just taking one of my little glass daisies, a little glass pipe screen, and dropping it down into the salt and alcohol to get it cleaned up. So green available. I'll get a Nug Champa this morning to mellow me out. A little. Better cover this. Pardon me. Gotta cover up my little alcohol bottle there. It's one of those days. Right. It's one of those days. So it's in alcohol now. And the salt is scrubbing. And the alcohol is saturating. And if I do that long enough, it will actually clean that little glass screen so well. And there you go. There you go. We're just going to have to do that here. That's right, man. Totally. Totally. Ah, jeez. Not the totally. Yeah, I'm going to heat this resin up on my blade. And then wipe it, wipe it, wipe it, wipe it. Clean blade, clean fire, cleaned blade. That's the ticket, baby. I do miss my coffee. I thought, you know what? I'm just going to make iced coffee. But that doesn't sound fun at all. Maybe if I had a mocha or like a cappuccino or something, like a mochaccino, then I could do a cold coffee. But I'm still doing Hazy Halo here. It seems to be the best stuff for the price at this point. So Hazy Halo it is. It is a sativa, and I love a good sativa because I grew up on sativa. We didn't get indica, right, until, gosh, the 80s, the mid 80s. We started getting indica bud in California. It was grown up north in Humboldt County, so it would come to us with various names: indica, skunkweed, skunk bud, Humboldt bud, Humboldt skunkweed, but it was indica. Now weed has gone into so many, it's like a science. It's gone in so many different directions. You don't really know how to do the whole growing marijuana anymore, unless you're like you gotta be almost like a lab technician to grow that shit anymore, right? Gotta follow all these rules and stuff. And I love this stuff because it's just really, really. Here's a bud out of the satchel there. That is a really, really good. That's a fistful of bud there. Green and red. That is my bud of choice. A really good bright to dark green ratio with a lot of red. Just tons of red. Red hair. A really good red hair. This here sativa, this probably is as close as I've gotten in a long time to my Fallbrook red hair. Fallbrook, California, in the avocado groves, they grew the best red hair sativa. That's what we call it. We call it Fallbrook red hair. And it was so red, right? It was just beautiful. It was green and red, and it looked like Christmas. It always looked like Christmas. Fallbrook red hair. And my brother had friends whose older brothers were all in the Marines out at the base next door to Fallbrook. But all of these guys, they all had long hair after the Marines and before the Marines, and they all grew weed, right? And I always found it fascinating that these guys, their whole family, all the men in their family had long, straight hair. And all of the men in their family joined the Marines. And then all of those same men regrew their long hair and went back to growing and smoking buds in the hills of Fallbrook. They probably moved away to Idaho or Montana or somewhere where they could hide their task better. But I wonder where that Fallbrook red hair went, right? Where did those seeds go? I don't know, man. I just don't know. I just don't know. I don't know. I don't know. But this stuff here, this is like, it's like going home again, eh? It is. It's good stuff. It's totally good stuff. In case you haven't realized, the TV show of the week, well, it's fish, baby. It's fish. Movie of the week. Fahrenheit, baby. Fahrenheit 451. Julie Christie. I love that she did 2 roles in that movie. And she was like 2 different people. She really was. I had to watch it. I watched it once and didn't even realize it. I didn't even realize it, right? And then I'm like, wait a second. What do you mean she's doing both girls? Oh my God, it's totally her. Because you just think, well, they got actresses that look similar, They got them girls that look alike, right? Completely unrelated, but they look alike, right? Totally. Yeah, baby. Like Deirdre Hall and the mom from Growing Pains. They kind of look alike. They could be sisters. Totally. Oh, about another 15 or 20 minutes or so, and then I'm going to get up and have some of that hot coffee that's brewing in there. I'm going to have to get some new creamer here soon. Yeah, baby. You think that my wife and I would go through the same amount of creamer, because every morning we get up and we have coffee, right? She has a bottle of creamer now, and I have a bottle of creamer. I'm like, don't drink mine, because I don't want to drink that crap. Good morning, Lucy. How are you today? Thank you for stopping by. I should put you on the roll here. Lucy is first. You know what? James has been first all week long. And you beat him. And you haven't been here since Monday. How have you been since Monday? I'm a vegetable. I think I'm like a turnip or an eggplant or something. But I'm just sitting in the garden, being a vegetable. I'm waiting to have my coffee this morning to let my dentures set. I think that's been my issue, is I haven't let my dentures set before I start drinking coffee. And they go wonky. I had to yank them out yesterday. Just took them out, cleaned them, put them back in. Hey, the rest of the day. So my plan is to wear them for at least an hour before I start putting any hot liquid in my face. Cold liquid is okay. This is kind of a rinse. But I can't drink I can't drink a lot of water on an empty stomach. I don't know why my stomach allows me to drink coffee on an empty stomach, but I can. Maybe it's the little bit of dairy involved. I don't know. Or the fact that it's warm. You're a turnip. You turn up when you can. That's a guy. I've never heard that one. I turn up when I can. That's exactly. That's a perfect one for you. Isn't that a tuber? Isn't a turnip a tuber? like a YouTuber. Yeah, that's us. I'm a tuber. I'm a turnip. Fucking A. Yeah. Totally. I like roots. I like to eat a good root once in a while, you know. Good carrot. Good potato. That's a good root. Good tuber. I wonder who first dug something out of the dirt, pulled a plant out of the ground and went, I wonder what this is. It's big and fat. Should I eat it? You try it first, man. This one doesn't taste like the other one. This one's sweet. Right? That would be heavy, man. Like, it always amazes me that people eat sea bugs, lobsters and crab and stuff. And I'm always like, who was it that first decided that this bug crawling around on the ocean floor why would you want to eat that, right? Why would you want to eat a slug or a snail, right? Yeah, some things I just don't get. So many different cultures and so many different places eat so many weird fucking things. In America, it's the amount of processed garbage that we eat. That freaks out the rest of the world. They're like, oh my God, look at this freaks. They're eating all that shit. And then you go to their grocery stores. In like Russia, you go to a grocery store and it's a couple of aisles of processed garbage. And the rest of it is all fresh produce, fresh vegetables, fresh meats, right? Fresh dairies, right? And everything over a couple of aisles of Americanized crap. Seriously. It's like, oh my God, what are you thinking? Why are you putting that in your body? 'Cause I like to poison myself. Oh, that's cool. That's like a suicide. I get it. Totally. Totally. Speaking of slow suicide, sheesh, smoking that shit. I do not condone smoking. Correct spelling, turnip. Turnip. Turn up. I get it. I like to spell things phonetically. It's easier for people to understand. It's especially easy for your AI. If you want your AI to read dialogue for you on a video, you have to write it phonetically, or they sound stupid. They do. It would have said turnip. But isn't that turnip? Turnip? We say turnip, but it's pronounced turnip. Right? That's crazy.
We're just going to do a little bit of this and that here. Thank you very much. One ringy dingy, two ringy dingy.
No, really. That coffee's driving me nuts now. I got the incense here to try to give me a little, smoke screen, so I don't smell the coffee. But I'm experiencing coffee withdrawals right now. That's okay. Yesterday, I put my teeth back in and went to university with my daughter. dropped her off in class, shot right over to In-N-Out. And remarkably enough, I had an order of fries too. The fries are a little hard to eat. These fries were perfect. My teeth were perfect. The fries were perfect. The burgers melted in my mouth. I told my daughter, I ate every fry. She said, what? Even those little funny looking toenail clipping ones? And I said, every crunch, 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 and it was beautiful. You don't know what it's like after not having teeth for a year, almost a year, to crunch on stuff. On the way home yesterday, I was taking my cup of a little bit of Coke and crushed ice, and I was taking crushed ice into my mouth and crunching it. And my daughter's looking over me with this like grin on her face, like, he's really enjoying crunching that ice. And I told her, oh, I'm so loving this ice right now. Just the feeling of crunching stuff, you know. And when my dentures are set in really good, it feels like my own teeth crunching on the ice, crunching on those little French fries. Oh, yesterday was just beautiful. What did we do for dinner? My daughter and I stopped at the store, and we picked up things so that we could do something for dinner. We picked up those little potatoes, the little red and white and black potatoes. We picked up a bag of those and a bag of Brussels sprouts to go with some baked chicken we're going to do tonight. But last night, we're like, well, what do we eat? And we were at the grocery store, and they have their hot food section, right? And there's one of those big things of ribs, barbecued ribs. And my daughter and I, we walked around the store like 3 times trying to find food. She was hungry, and she didn't want to just go home and have nothing. She didn't want to get fast food. So I'm like, well, let's spend some time here. We went through that store 3 times. We walked by the ribs once, and I looked, and she said, nah. We walked around, we got a few things, we came back by because we had to get something else. We walked by those ribs again, and I said, what about the ribs with some of like those Texas-style beans, those ranch beans? She's like, well, I don't really want ribs. I said, okay. So we went, we got some buns, and I got some really nice yeasty dinner rolls, right? Big pack of them that were from the bakery, so they were fresh. And so we get a bunch of stuff, and we go back by those ribs. And I say, so why don't you call Mom and ask if she wants ribs? Mom never got back to us. But while we were waiting, we talked ourselves. And she said, you know what? Maybe I can take that rib meat and put it on one of those buns, those hamburger buns, right? Because she couldn't find a new veggie burger to try. So I'm like, you know what? That's probably pretty good. Barbecue sauce. It's just like a pulled pork sandwich, right? So we get home, and we got macaroni salad and the beans to go with the... we were going to get potato salad, and we actually... I asked the guy, can she try some of your potato salad? And he gave her a couple of piles and a fork of different potato salads, right? And they were too sweet. So we said, we'll take the mac salad, because we just had that, and we liked that. So we get back over there to the ribs, and we get the ribs and stuff, and get home. And so my daughter, she's like, well, I don't know. Then she's hemming and hawing and trying to figure out if she really does want to eat ribs. So my wife, I sit there and I decide I can't, because the ribs aren't cooked falling apart. They're cooked and they're a little chewy and stringy, and I can't even attack that. So I had like 3 of those dinner rolls and some mac salad for dinner. And my wife, she had a good portion of ribs, macaroni salad, those rolls that she said, I don't want any. I don't want any of those rolls. She's a tortilla girl. So after, it was funny because I think she ate 2 of those rolls. That was hilarious. Got done and came in here and sat and ate one. Yeah, Mom don't like those. So she got done eating, and she took a bunch of the rib meat off of the bones and chopped it up. And my daughter came in, and instead of using a bun, she used the dinner rolls, and she broke them open, and I told her to stick them down in that barbecue sauce. So she did. She's like, oh yeah, that's good. And filled it up with meat and ate those. And I'm like, honey, Mom's starting to eat at the rest of the meat. I said, honey, you want another one? She comes out, she says, yeah, you know what? I probably should. Because she doesn't want to have to eat again real soon. So she came out, tore open a thing, stuck it down in the barbecue sauce, filled it up, took off. You know what? I love to watch people eat good. Whether I'm cooking it or not, it just makes me feel good, right? It's a dad thing, I guess. You know, I think you ask Joey, he's probably the same. You know, yeah, my dad's always cooking food I don't want to eat. But he's always cooking it, right? Because it's a dad thing. And he's probably always saying, hey, come on in here and eat. Food's ready. And then he'll go in there and go, I don't want to eat that. Picky, like me. Like my daughter. We're picky eaters. Yeah. It's like we know what we like, we know what we don't like, we know what we're in the mood for. My daughter, she didn't know what she wanted yesterday, so it was easy to kind of talk her into doing the ribs. I wish I could have eaten them. I'm going to actually try them today. I'm going to wrap them up in foil with some barbecue sauce and a little bit of water to keep them steamed and moist. And I'm going to put them into the toaster oven for an hour and just let them roast in there. And hopefully it will get steamy and chewy and fall apart. It's Thursday. I don't have to drive out of town today. I'm so jazzed. Next semester, not so lucky. Next semester, Monday through Thursday, I'll be going down. Boom, 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 boom. Taking our daughter down to school. This next semester is her last. And I'm so excited. I'm so excited for her to be done with school. And ready to do stuff, right? Ready to start some kind of adult thing away from school. I really want to get motorcycles, crotch rocket, death machine, road scab. That's what we call a body organ donor out here. Yeah, organ donors. Unfortunately, a lot of them are Marines too. Really. And we're between bases here. They come out of this space here and they haul ass down this highway, haul ass down 3 or 4 more highways, and they're at the other military base. So we see a lot of this back and forth, back and forth. Quite often there's a convoy out on our highway. And they have to travel quite a distance to get here from the other military base. Quite a distance. They literally have to take, it's literally, WW doesn't like me to get too literal. Or was it James? One of them guys. Yeah, like 3 or 4 major highways. Our main highway here, the 62, and then the 10, all the way down to the 215 to the 15. And there you are. And then I think they come out the 76. Or is it the 78? Yeah, it's crazy. Crazy. What kind of school do surfers attend? Boarding school. Am I right? Boarding school. I don't know. I got it right. I got it right before I saw the answer. Thank you for that. It makes me feel intelligent and funny. What school do snowboarders attend? That's like a clue in there. Ski school? Shut up. No. But that's what they would probably go for. Right.
Right, 1 ring a ding, 2 ring a ding. Is there anyone? Can I help you?
Shut that up. Now cut that out. In lieu of having coffee, which it's just about time to have coffee, I'm going to wait until a quarter to the top of the hour. I should wait till the top of the hour. I should wait another half hour to make sure that they're in.
1 ring a ding.
Right? And then start drinking hot coffee. Hot coffee. I could have an ice cold Coke, but it's too early. It's too early. It's too early. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Yeah. Elvis. A little bit of Elvis there. I only know one Elvis song. Arthur Crudups. That's all right. That's all I know. That's the only Elvis Presley song that I know currently. There's one. He does a lot of covers. He covers a lot. He covered a lot of music. His New Flame. That's a good one. That's a good one. There's also Lovey. Where's Shotzi? I don't see him anywhere. Shotzi's a girl. Damn it, I've told you 1,000,000 times. Shotzi's a girl. Shotzi's a boy, dear. Just because you had him fixed doesn't make him a girl. He never had testicles. Would you stop that, Lovey? Muffy, would you tell your mother to stop it? And where's Shotzi?
Who the hell is this guy? He's a fucking kook. I think he's got something wrong upstairs. Hey, Marge, he's doing that shit again. Leave him alone, Harry. He's a kook like you.
Shotzi?
Oh, jeez.
I get lost in my own head again. Ooh. Let's see. I know I got on in here to do something. Right? Oh my gosh. A little less conversation and a little more action, baby. What's the name of that song? What is the name of that song? I can't come up with it, man. I just can't.
1 ring a ding.
Shut up. Yeah, there's too much conversation going on in my head. I can't. I need a little less conversation here and a little more conservation. That's what I think I'm needing. Shut up. Oh, my kidneys. Jailhouse Rock. What was the one with is that a little less conversation? Is that the name of it? I thought it was something else. That's what it says. Jelly bean, jelly bean. It's a beginner. It's a beginner here. I will have to listen to that in order to figure it out. But it looks interesting. I can handle those chords. So I'm waiting until my daughter is on winter break to really investigate the whole arcade idea. And then, if it seems possible, at all possible, to raise the money for startup capital, then I will spend next semester while she's in school figuring it out, so that when she's done with school in the summer, we can then focus on that and see if we can actually do that, actually raise the startup capital to start an arcade. So we're going to do that. Probably this weekend I'll take a bunch of these songs that I've been futzing around with and try to get a bunch of them printed up. All this aggravation ain't satisfactioning me. I see it right there. A7D7, A7D7 right there. Totally. Right there. It's right there in black and white. It is. 20 minutes and I can have coffee. Oh. If I'm hungry, I've got some cinnamon muffins there too. Big fat cinnamon muffins baked at the right there at our local supermarket. It's really cool. I love a supermarket when you can go to the bakery and see the stuff coming out of the oven, or go into the back to the butcher and say, give me that steak right there, but could you grind it up so I can make a good steak burger? Sure, but once or twice. Yeah, you know what? This steak is good. Can you cut it in half this way, and then we can have two steaks, right? Because it's really thick, but I don't like it thick. I like it. They're really cool. I've been going to this supermarket, Southern California supermarket, my whole life. Since I was a little kid, I can remember shopping in Stater Brothers. Yep. I'm telling you. It's very cool. Coffee. I'm having a coffee. I'm having coffee fits. I'm fitzing. I'm fitzing about coffee. Coffee. Well, I haven't had any coffee this morning. I haven't even had any real amounts of marijuana yet. So what are you going to do, right? Set this over there. Bring this out here like that. And we'll do a song. What the hell? All this stuff is getting to my head. Well, that's alright, Mama. And that's alright for you. And that's alright, Mama. But just any way you do, well, that's alright. That's alright. Well, that's alright now, Mama. Any way you do. Well, Mama, she done told me, Papa done told me too. Son, that girl you're fooling with, she ain't no good for you. Well, that's alright.
That's all right. Well, that's all right now, Mama. Anyway you do. Well, I'm leaving town, baby. Leaving town for sure. Then you won't be bothered with me hanging round your door. Well, that's all right. That's all right. Well, that's all right now, Mama. Anyway you do. Da 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 dee 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 dee. I'ma need your loving. That's all right. Well, that's all right now, Mama. Anyway you do. Well, that's all right now, Mama. Anyway you do. Well, that's all right now, Mama. Any way that you do. Oh, that was horrible. That was horrible. Thank you very much. That was horrible. That's what I get for not playing. I play and it's just like, oh my gosh, what happened? What happened? Well, it's morning. And, it's been a while. That was fun. Arthur Crudup. A little one by Arthur Crudup. I know I mangled it. The hand-eye mouth coordination thing. It needs work in the mornings. We're going to have to try another one at some point. I got 15 minutes until coffee time. And then I'll be real excited. I'm real excited. Coffee, 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 coffee. Coffee. Okay, that really upsets me. So does this mean I have to get up super early and put my teeth in super early so that I can get on the show drinking my coffee super early? That's probably what it means. Now I got to get up at 3 in the morning. I'm already getting up at 4. I snooze twice and get out of bed at 4:20. I start this shit by 4:30. By 5 I'm on camera. And I should be drinking coffee right now. Coffee's made. I can feel it in the next room. If it weren't for this incense burning, I would be smelling it and it would be driving me nuts. 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 I'm nuts enough, so we don't need to go there. We don't need to go there. You know what? That's what it is. I think someone, W's, asked me a while back, why do I wear this? What do I hear in this? And why do I wear it? I think it's easier for me to make the voices. When I can hear that voice in my head that I'm making, it makes it easy to do the voices. That's just basically. Also, I like to hear what you hear. That helps. That's all. Another sip of water here. I've been drinking it sparingly, so I don't go into stomach spasms with water on an empty stomach. I hate water on an empty stomach. Oh, you're funny. Where'd you come up with all the dad jokes? This is hilarious. If your coffee tastes like mud, it's probably fresh ground. That's just silly. That
is just, you know what? I'm calling the police. All right? Someone stole my sense of humor because I don't, If you don't think that's funny, then yes, call the police. Someone has stolen your sense of humor. Because that's fucking hilarious. Boarding school. Right? I thought a jailhouse rock was the thing that they would beat up all day. Smashing giant rocks into little rocks, right? Where does gravel come from? Those poor sons of bitches. Oh, that's it. Oh, look, a bud. I'm going in. I got a nice bunch of buds here for the weekend. That's great. That'll get me through to the beginning of the week. What are we going to do? Oh, I am just still at such a loss, right? I've got all of these notes here on things that I need to get into and do and work on to keep me from going, I'm bored, I need something going on. I got a lot going on here, I just need to get into it. But I'm just unmotivated. I need to get my motor vated. That's it. What's wrong with this motor? It needs to be vated. Because it ain't working right. It's not working right. You're telling me. It's hanging to the left. That's why. Totally. Toe tally. Toe tapping, toe tally McNally. Ooh, remember Rand McNally? When they used to make maps and have books of maps and atlases and stuff. Modern people are like, Rand who? What? Everybody had a Rand McNally. Everybody had a Thomas guide. If you were doing a lot of local driving, you had a Thomas guide for your area. You don't need that shit anymore. You used to have a house full of shit that's now done on your phone. Why did the kangaroo quit drinking coffee? It made him too jumpy. Ah, I get that. You're silly. You're just silly. You're just silly. You're killing me here. You're killing me, Smalls. I keep thinking about Australia. If I was going to travel somewhere far away, it would probably be Australia. Because that's pretty damn far. Right? That's pretty damn far. Yeah. Yeah, baby. I'm just counting the minutes until I get to my coffee. I'm like so unfulfilled right now. The only way this is going to work is if I get up at 4 and put my teeth in immediately and then start doing all of this and making coffee and bong cleaning and all that. And the very first thing, take a leak and put my teeth in. Period. At 4 in the morning and get up at 4. Usually I snooze 20 minutes. Which means I should set my alarm for what? Instead of 20, waking up at 20 after, I need to wake up at 4, so I need to set it for 20 before. Oh, so 3:40 is when my alarm should go off. And then I should snooze until 4, get out, get my teeth in by 4:10. And then by 5:15, 5:30, I can be drinking coffee rather than having to wait till fucking 6 o'clock. about ready for my coffee, dear. Talking to my secretary on my desk here. California to Australia, 8,000 plus miles. See? Isn't that great? That's a hell of a flight. Yeah. Qantas Air, is that what it is? What about a cruise? Can you take a cruise ship all the way to Australia? Is that even possible? Because if I can ever take a scenic rather than a quick, I would do that. You know? Take a ship one way and then fly the other way, whatever. That would be neat. So then you get kind of both. Maybe take a ship out there, the anticipation of getting there to Australia, right? Yeah, if there are flights. Gotcha. Take a ship. Takes forever to get there, and you anticipate it, and you have that journey out there on the ocean. And then when you're done, you just fly back because you want to get home. You can fly back easily. Landing would be a bummer at this point. I thought stuff was going on. I thought they had things taken care of. But what do I know? I don't pay attention to stuff, so there you go. I don't follow the news. When the news is on, I'm going blah, 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 blah. Just like a little kid. Because it doesn't impress me. All right? Grown adults not being able to get along well enough to do a job for the majority, and they're going to get pissed off at people not working. The traffic controllers, I think they should. I think anybody who's on the federal dollar should quit working. They should stop working. No. If you can stop working and shut down the government, then we can stop working and shut our shit down. Fuck you. That's what I think should happen. A big stick it in their face, right? Try that on for size. Anytime the government does this shit, we should stop paying taxes. We should stop doing work. We should stop. Fuck it. If they can hold the country up, we'll stop the fucking country and see what happens. We hold all the cards. We hold all the power. And the people don't get it. The average dumbass citizen just don't get it that we hold all the cards. We control. We're the majority. We're the controlling majority. If the people say it should be done, it should fucking be done. It shouldn't go through all of the bullshit and then get lobbied out because somebody got paid, right? Fuck that. And now they're not going to get along across party lines and just, well, we're going to shut it down. Fuck you. Yay, democracy. Stupid fucking bastards. And we just go along with it willy-nilly like, oh yeah, that's just the way it is. No. Get your fucking shit together, people. I mean us. Let's get our shit together, right? Let's just, you know what? Anybody who shuts the government down, they're fired. They're fucking fired, period. If you can harass us for not working because you're not paying us our federal paycheck, fuck you, you're fired. Go, get out of here. Go on. Go ahead. Go on. You're fired. That's what I think we should do. Vote him out. Vote somebody else in. What? You're doing the same? Vote him out. Vote somebody else in. Just get rid of them. Just their dead weight. Just get rid of them. Fire them all. Just go through knock on their door in the fucking offices, Senator so-and-so, you're fired. Next door, knock, knock, knock. Senator so-and-so, you're fired. Knock, knock, knock. Who's this guy firing people? He's the Citizen Oversight Committee president, and he's decided, along with everybody else in the country, that you suck and you need to get the fuck out. There's no citizens' oversight in this country. We elect them, and then we turn the country over to them. And what do? They shut the government down because they can't get along. Fuck them. Get rid of them. Get rid of all of them. Fire them all. They're done. They're done. I'm done with them. We don't need that kind of bullshit, right? They need to be gone. We need to get them the fuck out of office. All of them. We need to just clean it. You know what drain the swamp means? That means get rid of all of them. All of them. Gone. Start over. Clean house. You're fired. You're fired. You're fired. Everybody. Fired. You're fired. Done. Done with you, all of you. There are a handful, and even those have to deal with a corrupt system, and they become corrupt. Get rid of all of them. Turn the power over to the people. We have the means to all connect to each other right here. We connect to each other, we vote together, we decide together, we do things together, we set agendas and stuff. Every morning you get up, you read through a few minutes of stuff that explains to you what's going on and what we're going to do today. And everybody should spend an hour reading through everything, making sure they understand what they're deciding and voting. And then when it comes time to vote, everybody picks up their phone and does their voting. There, I did my voting for the day. It takes you an hour a day, right? That should be part of the country's agenda, making it possible for every citizen of this country to be involved in every decision from the ground up. Oh, it's unshut now. Like I am impressed, right? I am so impressed that they're unshut, right? It's 6 a.m. You know what that means? That means I'm unshut. I can have coffee. I'm going to go grab some coffee. I'll be right back. So we are going to go from the, oh crap. We're going to go from the crazy old rant to the be right back. So don't go anywhere. And I will be right back. You know what I'm thinking on doing this morning is I'm going to start using a thumbnail when I walk away, right? That'll be great. There it is. That's funny. So that when I'm gone, it looks like I'm gone and I left behind me an animated set. Don't go away. I'm not going anywhere. The coffee's right in there. It's just right there. It's just right there. All right. I'm just going to grab my cup and my coffee and everything that I need to get my groove on. So I'll be right here. I'll be humming. You'll hear me humming. It'll be fun. Hum, 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 hum. Oh, look, I disappeared and I'm a cartoon now. All right, I'm getting coffee now. All that good stuff right there. Oh, I got a reason to live now. Oy. Oh, yeah, that's what I'm talking about. That's what I'm talking about. Hey, good morning, Dubs. What's up? I'm back. I just had to step away for a moment. So here we are, back in the morning on the morning show, doing what we do in the morning, which is morning stuff. So there you go. I am back, and we are going to continue the morning report. Let me go ahead and enter Dubs into the role. There we go. Not much. I just started drinking coffee this morning. I decided that the hot coffee in the morning too soon is disrupting my dentures adhesive. So this is my first coffee this morning. My dentures have been in for well over an hour, and since I had to take them out yesterday and reseat them before I ate, because of the coffee, I decided to go ahead and just do this. It's not cold here. It is not cold here. As usual, I don't want to know the financial bullshit. Where's my weather? Where's my weather? Oh, 59. Yeah, it's not cold here. There you go. Oh, yeah, I'm just... Hence your long sleeve shirt. No, I had this on yesterday. Yesterday it was cloudy, and we went down to university in the desert. And I just wore a long sleeve shirt because I could. Because it wasn't hot, it wasn't sunny, and it wasn't exactly cool, but I could get away with wearing my long sleeve Coke shirt. And then I just put it on this morning because I haven't worn it in the mornings. So there you go. Every once in a while I wear a long sleeve shirt. Usually in the winter I'll just wear a t-shirt and then just put a flannel over it, and then a thicker, heavier shirt over that, and then maybe in between put a hoodie. And I'll just kind of layer. I just love to layer. Alright, I'm having my first sip of coffee here. So, trumpets. Dun, 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 dun. Hot. It's hot. I got it too hot. It's been sitting in there brewing for an hour. So, there. We'll let it cool off a little bit. And we will explore the bong. Yeah. We're going to do that.
We're going to just explore the bong here.
Totally. 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 Does your dog ever look at you weird when you're naked? Like you're changing or coming out of the shower or something, your dog's there, and then your dog looks down and sees your parts and goes, "What the hell is that? How come you're naked? What is you, what, I don't get it." Right? What the hell? Freaked my dog out the other day. Poor little guy. He's like, "What?" Poor dog. He's used to me wearing clothes, right? Or at the very least, underwear. So, every once in a while, he sees me in the raw. And he's like, "What the hell? Poor little guy. Poor little guy. Yeah. Oh, no coffee yet. Just wait. Wait. Have a little bit of this hazy halo. That's a good sativa, man. I've been really enjoying this. No, Sam. You're obsessed with Oliver. There's 2 other dogs in the house. There's Sam, he's the leader, and there's Tootsie. She's retired. Real tired? Yeah, she's real tired. That's why she sleeps a lot. No, Oliver don't. If it were Oliver, he would look up and go, yeah, whatever. Put it away. He's a different dog. He's a loner. He's a stoner. I can't remember such a moment. Yeah. Dogs are fun. Dogs are funny. My dog Sam, he is always ready to be happy and play at the drop of a hat. All I gotta do is look at him. And then hold on and jump back, because he's going to dive on me and just start chewing and playing. He's crazy, crazy fun. He's just a kook. I really need to get him on camera. I think maybe what I can do is during my live telethon is do dog time, right? And have a camera on the couch, pointed at the couch, where I can sit down with the dogs and do that dog thing. Oh, really? I've had all of them on camera at one time or another. So you just have to pay attention. They're just fun on a bun. Man, those dogs are just hilarious. Lucy was here this morning. I don't know if she's still around or just ignoring me. Wondering me. Yeah, because she was giving off some great jokes this morning. She was hilarious this morning. She was cracking up my inner self, and my insides were just cracked. Just cracked. Totally. Alright, I'm going to do this bong hit. Yeah, when I'm on long enough, the dogs all come out. Sometimes they come around my desk here and say good morning, and I can put them up here. Oliver's usually the one that will jump in my lap easily, because he's looking for food, basically. So he won't stick around. If Sam's playful, he will jump up in my lap and want to say good morning. They're all really adept at saying good morning. They're great morning cuddlers. If you wake up and they're next to you and they wake up too, they love to cuddle and stretch and say good morning and give more good morning kisses. They're just sweethearts. Yeah. A good dog. I always love a good dog. Just keep circulating dogs through. That's all you can do. Keep the dogs coming. Keep the dogs coming. And like I said, I've decided to wait until my daughter's on winter break to spend a couple of sessions with her. Hey, good morning, James. To spend a couple of sessions with her talking about arcade stuff. Chums. What's up, Chums? Sit, boo-boo, sit. Good dog. I love that. Good night, Mr. So-and-so. Right. Totally. But my favorite was Stephen J. Cannell typing and then pulling that thing out and then having it float down into his what you call it? shit. His shit. That's it. His abbreviated fucking initials. God damn it. It's the lack of... I'm going to blame it on the lack of coffee. Yeah. I do feel like a television mogul. Right? TV mogul. Yeah, he's got all this shit going on his channel. We're in a slow period right now. All we really have to offer is the morning show and the occasional odd video. That's about it. So many great ones. Totally. I can't seem to get enough bong hits this morning. I can't. And it's really hard to hold off on working on the arcade idea. But I don't want to, like I said, I don't want to I played one song this morning. That's All Right. Arthur Crudup, covered by Elvis Presley, and I did it horribly. I had a couple of faux pas. What are we throwing back to this Thursday? That's a good question, and I'm open to suggestions. We have yet to pick an album of the day, so if somebody's got an artist from the 70s and 80s, a band, something like that, we could get into that first. We're still throwing back with Fish and Fahrenheit 451, so that's kind of on the forebrain this week. Yeah, we can pretty much throw back to anything. Yesterday we watched some early MTV, which was pretty cool. And I know that I had a version of that. And what I did was I extracted all of the music from 4 hours of MTV and shrunk it down to some size. And then I did a copyright check on it, and it still kept grabbing portions of songs and saying, So I tabled that idea. So I need to go back to that, and I need to re-edit out all of the crap. So it's just the VJs and the commercial and the MTV breaks, right? So we're gonna throw back. Oh, I'm gonna throw back. All right. I can't believe that it's just about the middle of November, and we're so close to the end of the year already. Oh. Yeah. When I was listening to or watching MTV, when it first happened, when MTV was like brand new, I was going to the arcade, and that's where I found MTV. I found MTV at the arcade, and I found it at my friend's house, Andy. I found it at Andy's house, because we didn't have cable television. Cable television was really new to the town. You could literally see them stringing up the cable, taking it around the lake and into the neighborhoods, into people's houses, right? It was that fresh. So not a lot of people had it. We used that antenna for decades. Somebody out on the roof turning the antenna. All right, a little to the left, a little to the... No, back, no, back the other way. I mean, and it would take all day to get a good channel, good signal. The last 5 years have been a complete blur. Dude, you need to get your glasses fixed, all right? 49 days until January 2026, right? Is that crazy or what? Another year. I'm telling you, dude, either clean your glasses or get a new prescription. But it's going to be like that until you get it fixed. No, I know exactly what you're talking about, brother. When when certain things happen in your life, it causes you to just kind of lose touch with time and space and reality. And you just kind of wake up one day and go, what the fuck happened, right? With me, it was 10 years of depression. We lost our first baby before she was born. And she was almost born. And then, it's a horrible story. We had to give birth to her, and she was not alive. And it destroyed us, and it just devastated me. And I kept working, and I kept going about what I had to do, but I was dead inside. It was years after our daughter here was born, and I was finally had to get off antidepressants, and finally started to realize that there was something going on besides that depression and besides all that I had to get back into it. You know, it was crazy. But I was out of it for 10 years. Just kind of just going through the motions, right? Just going through the motions. Solo activity has had me tizzy for a couple of days. Yeah, it's got my bowels and lower colon in an uproar. I'm telling you. That fucking radiation is killing me. You don't wear glasses. Yeah, right. Sure. We all wear glasses, man. We all see life through different lenses, man. You know, some of us see life through rose-colored glasses, right? Others through a blurry, fucked-up haze of depression and fucking... Anyway, let's move on to a lovelier subject, because, boy, I really just tore myself down there.
I don't want to bring anybody else down. Hello? 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 Hello?
Gonna do this, gonna do that, gonna do this. I got off my antidepressants and I'm better for it. Yeah. Me too. I got off antidepressants after being on them for about 10 years. I started on them at work before we got married. I was starting to have doubts. I was just going crazy. Basically, I was working all the time, and I didn't have a life. And so, you know, I saw doctors and stuff, and they put me on antidepressants and acids and all that kind of shit. And I did it. And finally, I realized that it helped me to get through the loss, but it didn't help me experience life. It deadened everything. So I had to get off. You know, I was raising a daughter that I had no emotional connection with. So I had to get off so that I could have an emotional connection, right? Because it just deadens you inside. Yeah, I'm happy. Oh boy, I'm sad. Everything was the same. You know, middle of the road. Emotions are flat. I prefer the ups and downs. I really do. You know, it makes me feel like I'm alive. Sometimes it sucks, but I'm alive. Not dead inside. Oh boy, I'm having a great time today. When can we do this again? I started smoking pot again. Stopped working my ass off. Started spending more time with my family. You know, the regular things in life. We all need to work to earn a living and exist in this world, right? But we don't need to let it control us. I've worried about money most of my life. All of my adult life. Most of my childhood. Worry. It's when I stopped worrying. Right? Stopped worrying. That's when things got easier, better. Right? I'm going to turn that on for a few minutes. There were still, I need money situations, but not making that the center of my life made it easier to deal with that and acquire that money, do that job, because it's a means to an end. Now I just don't do big jobs anymore. I can't. My body won't let me. And emotionally, I can't. Hi, Sam. You want to come here? Mira, ven. Mira, ven. Mira, ven. Mira. Ven. Come here. Mira. Come on. I guess you haven't been on camera enough. Come on. Come here. Mira, ven. You can have this stem. Come on. It's a piece of lumber. Come on. You love to chew on stuff. Come on. Mira, ven. Oh, you stubborn dog. The kitchen appears to be open. We'll see. It may just be the coffee bar that's open. The coffee's been brewing in there for quite some time, and I'm just starting to enjoy it. So I had to wait the first hour this morning. Exactly. Work to live, don't live to work. Sam, come here. Come here. Ben. Come here. You know, come here. You know. Come here. Come here. Oh. Come on, Sam. Come on. You know, Ben. Bearded men. Come on. Come on. Come here. You gotta come up. You gotta come up. If you want it, you gotta come up. Ah, here he is. This is Sam. This is Sam. He's the headmaster of the house. He's in charge. He takes care of everybody. He makes sure everybody is safe and comforted and has company. He's a professional buddy. He just takes care of everybody. He's the one that I found on the street in a rainstorm on my daughter's birthday. Sam does not want a bong hit, but he might take a stem. He likes to crunch on those things. Say good morning, Sam. He has very expressive eyebrows because he's got those 2 dots over his eyebrows. That was a big stem, huh? That was a good one. Come on, buddy. Can I get a beso? Dame un beso. Hugs and kisses. On the couch, he's really good at hugs and kisses. It's a little too uncomfortable here. Uncle Sam. That's who I am. Not as cute as Oliver, though. Oliver, cute is his middle name. That's his profession, is being cute. If you say cute to Oliver, he goes into super cute mode. I know I said Oliver. I know. I said Oliver. You're Sam. Sam gets jealous. You know, Oliver's asleep, right? Where is Oliver? He's in bed. Yeah, Sam's a really good buddy. He naps with you, sleeps with you, lays with you, walks with you, does anything you want. You know, just tell him we're going outside. Oliver does have personality. Actually, Oliver is kind of subdued. Sam has way more personality than Oliver. Way more personality. Everything about Sam screams personality. Everything about Oliver screams cute. Seriously. Sam is not more sedate. Sam is actually the one who is more easily riled. If we're on the couch and I just look at him and give him the right look, he will literally, he will actually jump on me and start chewing. He's not sedate. Right now he's over there looking for something to get into. Oliver is sleuth-like. I've been hiding out in a rock and roll band. You guys and your song quotes. Oliver is really laid back and snooty. He likes to be by himself, alone and quiet. If something happens outside, he's the first to start screaming and barking and running out of here. But other than that, he's pretty mellow. No, I've been hiding out in a rock and roll band. Totally. 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 Ooh, coffee. I think I did it. I think I figured it out. I gotta keep this. I gotta keep that glue in my mouth for over an hour before I do coffee. And then I should be alright. And if not, if it goes wonky again, then I'll just do my coffee in the morning with my dentures in and then take them out, put them back in. Give your 5, you're still alive. I'm hanging on, baby. I'm here. I'm weird. Get used to it. That's all I can say. That's all I can say. I'm going to go pick out an album. How's about that? Back to back. Chicken Shack. All right. I'm going to pick out a record of the day. At random. Alright. It's a great one. This is one of my favorites. This is Stained Class by Judas Priest. There you go. Exciter, White Heat, Red Hot. Better by You, Better Than Me. Stained Class, Invader, Saints in Hell, Savage, Beyond the Realms of Death, and Heroes End. This is from 1978. Totally. That's classic, dude. Judas Priest. Son of a guy. I used to call the magazine U.S. News and World Report. I called it U.S. Blues and World Distort. You guys. Better change your act. I can't. I'm not acting. That's that. Alright, let me see. Let me bring up my search engine here on my live computer. And I am going to go for Stained Class. Oh, I hate it when that happens. I'm on one keyboard for the other computer. There you go, Stained Class, Judas Priest. Images. Alright. Is this image going to work for me? Sure. Sure, one ringy dinky. British Steel. That's another great one. I've got all of the early Judas Priest from the 70s and 80s. Hey, Stained Ass. Good morning, Guy. What's up, brother? This is my friend Hiram Smith from back in the day. We chewed a lot of the same dirt. We grew up in the same town. So there you are. Yeah, baby, this is the morning show. And I'm just poking around here, gonna add on some morning graphics to the old morning graphics page here. And let's see if we can dig up this this album cover, because that's always nice when I can kind of share with you.
What the heck's going on out there, buddy?
So what's up, people? Good morning, Guy. Good to see you. Good to see you. Oh, here it is. There it is. Let's shrink it down and get it into a manageable size and park it here in the album slot. There you go. Album of the day. The show of the week, TV show of the week, is Fish with Abe Vigoda and a bunch of cool kids. And the movie of the week is Fahrenheit 451. Drank the same Bong water. Yep, we sure certainly did. Ate. Had a lot of the same resin balls. Smoked a lot of the same stuff. Yes, sirree, Bob-a-rooney. And we know a lot of the same people from the past. Back in the old day. Yeah, this is one of my Elsinore brothers. Elsinore Brothers Studio. This is exactly who I'm talking about. And an honest to goodness Elsinore brother right there in the flesh. Hi, Ran. Oh. Uh-oh. We got sound effects happening here. So this is Throwback Thursday, and it's it's awesome how we can actually get someone from back in the past here. That is amazing. In fact, I am going to actually have to go into my files here and see if I can actually find some photos. Ooh, the kitchen is open, baby. I'm gonna see if I can find some pictures of back in the day, eh? Let's see what I can find, eh? Is there anything going on here? But I'm looking for some photos that I've scanned into my computer here, right? That's what I'm looking for, baby. And you know what? I just happened to find a Halloween party. And I'm just going to pull out a group shot from, and I've used some of these photos from this file before, but I don't think that I've used this one, this particular file, or this particular photo. So I'm going to go ahead and bring up I'm going to bring up a Halloween party photo, and we can look to see if there's anyone in this photo here that seems familiar, right? And let's do that. Do you recognize anybody in this photo? Oh man, do I. I certainly do. How interesting is that? This is a Halloween photo from 1986, I believe. You're a dolphin? I am the walrus. Hey, Flipper. Oh, jeez, Flipper. Not Flipper. Not Flipper. And I'll leave it up there for a few more seconds, and then there you go. Yep, there's Sam in the foreground. Looks like Kendra on the left. Looks like right in the middle is Richard. Sally is the hookah smoking caterpillar. It's great. It's crazy. It's crazy. Kitchen's open, baby. Yeah, crazy. Unbelievable. Yeah, those are the days, baby. Back in the day, there were some great parties, just to say the least. Looks like Dave Mustaine on the far right. Well, guess who that is? I wonder who that could be. The guy on the far right, who looks like Dave Mustaine in the jacket there. Do we have to go back? Do I have to go back? Yeah, I wonder who that could be. I wonder who that guy is. Yep, that would be Guy right there. That's my man. Somebody in the foreground there is pregnant on the far right. I see a belly bump. I don't remember who we had at the party that was pregnant. Oh, yeah, those were the good old days. Those were, in fact, let me go ahead, I apologize for my faux pas with the screens, but let me do that. How's that? Is that better? Let me just leave that for... There you go. Guilty. What are you guilty of? We're not talking about that baby bump. Anyway, there you go. There's that, so you get a better view of that without all of the graphics. And we'll go back. So there you go. All right. I could do this all day because it's Throwback Thursday. In fact, we might as well just leave it on this screen here so I can keep saying, there's the woman who owns the house where the party is. She's one of my good friends' mother. And that's my dog, Romeo. There were some great haircuts back then. Look at my mullet haircut. Thin as a rail. Look at that kid. I'm like 18 or something. I think I'm 17 or 18. Maybe about then. Yeah, the good old days, back when I was a youngster, when I was a little kid. And it's these. She's long since gone, and this gentleman here, he's gone. Turbo Lover. I loved those shorts that I had there. I wore those shorts everywhere. Yeah, good stuff. Good stuff. It was. They were good old days. That was Pat. And it's the motorhome trip that we took together. That's little brother in the back on the couch in the motorhome back there. Yeah. The good old days. The good old days. I went through a lot of haircuts. I really did. Here's another Halloween 1986 shot. So let's look at that one. Come on. Gotta get my graphics computer over here to cooperate. And where are we here? There it is. Hey, now it's working. All right, we're going to take a look at one more of these 1986 Halloween photos here. Here we go. Maybe you can help me, Guy. I've never really known. You showed your wife. I've never really known who was in this photo other than Cricket right in the center. So they both passed away. the woman on the couch with me and the kid on the couch with me, they've both passed away. In fact, my friend and his mother and his brother have all since passed away. That whole family is gone. Attended my first Grateful Dead concert, summer '86, Alpine Valley, Wisconsin. That's great. That's great. All right. That's Donald Blankenship in the very back, right? I recognize that face. But who's the girl? Who's the guy in the foreground? Who's the guy above Cricket? And what's Cricket's name? Chris? I never could find Cricket. It's real easy to find people on social media now, unless they're just not around anymore. You know what? Various circumstances. Death is a part of life, and they have long since passed away. At some point, I'll pull pictures out again, and we can go through all of the people that have passed away and under what circumstances and whatnot. But it's moot, really. They're no longer here, you know, and they all died under different circumstances. Yeah, that's what I thought. I thought Cricket's name was Chris. Chris, Cricket, Chris. He's on Classmates. Oh, okay. Well, if you see him or talk to him in social media, send him by. We'd love to chat. But yeah, there's a lot of... in fact, I'll just go ahead and poke through. There's somebody. There's James. Hey, there's James again. Okay, so she on the left has since passed away, and he on the right is living in Texas, but living the good life. So I'm not on his list of contacts. So the kid on the left lives in this house, and he is not with us anymore. The guy on the right, that's Jimmy. Hey, yo, Jimmy. Yo, Jimmy. We don't use last names. Yo, Jimmy. Unless they're here. And then we've got... So these two women are no longer with us. Two very special women in my life at the time. And they're gone. Yeah, you're telling me. She pulled me in. Yeah, we were all party animals back then, really. And there's me with one of my foster mothers, Pam. She's the girl that was with me on the couch. Yeah. She was awesome. She was awesome. I'm not going to go there anymore. All right. Anyway, we're back. This is the Morning Report live on the morning show. Thank you for joining me. The kitchen's open, so if you guys want to put it in order, go for it. I think the menu of the day is hot yeast rolls and eggs and ham. That's it. Is that the lady that had the apartment on Blackwell? I think maybe you're right. That girl in that Halloween photo. Yeah. With Cricket. Yeah. And that's when... Wasn't that when Rich and Charlotte were living down on Blackwell? Thank you. That was one of my... I used to get home from school and put that on. I wore it until it was tattered and torn and fallen apart. That was my smoking jacket. Time to light a bowl. There you go. Because I would put it on. I'd get home from school and I'd change. I'd put that on. And in that shot, we're on vacation. In that shot. So we're going whitewater rafting. I wish I had a copy of the whitewater rafting photo that we had taken, because you pass by this thing where somebody takes your photo while you're on the raft splashing. And it was me, and Pam, of course, took her and her son, and then took me and James in her grandfather's motorhome. and took us to Northern California, to the American River near Placerville. And we rafted the American River. We went down, I think, 21 miles of rapids and got bussed back up to the camp at the end of the day. And it was like a couple of day thing. We showed up, we stayed overnight, we went rafting the next day, and then the next day we went and left. It was fun. It was fun. Let's see, we got some comments here. Your brother put on awesome picture of your dad yesterday. I remember that. Yep. Do you guys, man, do you guys look alike? No. Me? No, not so much. My brother and my father, yes, they really look alike. They really do. Me, not so much. But that's easy to explain. I'm looking for slides right now, because I know I've got slides. Let me look at yet another file of stuff. Right. Oh yeah. Pictures, so many pictures. No. It's under the heading Family Slides, 1967 to 19. Right. And that's not it either. I was right when it was back in the 60s. There it is. Alright, here's a good one. I hope these work. Sometimes these photos, the file didn't save correctly, so there's no real photo in the file to actually look at. There's just a thumbnail, which is kind of unfortunate. Let's try this one and see what we get. Oh my god. Yep, there's nothing there. It's a blank. It's a blank. Bloody hell. Yeah, too many. Let's see. Twins. Yeah, Robert looks a lot like the old man. I don't think I ever did. He went to Tappy's house, and Bill Ward was there. Bill Ward was really impressed with Cricket's hair. Ah, gotcha. Cool. Yeah, there was always something weird going on in town, huh? Let's see here. Is this one gonna work? I've got these files here. There you go. Here's one. Okay, so there's the old man. There's my father. This is I think he's 16 here. This is my father at 16 years old. And he is at camp. It is a correctional facility. And he's there because he got in trouble for whatever as a kid. He looks a lot like Robert. Robert looks a lot like him at that age, back then. But there's... Oh, pardon me. Let me go ahead and switch. There you go. I'll leave that there for a second. And we'll switch to the next one. And see if we can get any of these. There's my brother. There's my father. With his stepbrothers. These are the photos that are there, but they're not there. There's my father again with his younger sister and older sister and step-siblings. There's my father again on the far right, his left, his father, and his two sisters. His sister, that is my grandmother, his mother, and my brother and myself eating cake. And there you go. Oh, look, Bozo the Clown was in. There's our babysitter, Gypsy the dog. She was an important fixture in our lives. Let's see, there we are again, just playing on the streets in 1969, probably. 69, 70. Probably right before my sister was born. And there we go, and there we have that. So a little throwback for you there. Yeah, no smoking here, buddy. All right, go on in, cover me. All right, there you go. I got to put Hiram in the roll sheet here. That's great. So you're officially on the roll. This is what we do in the mornings. Basically, we drink coffee, we do bong hits, we talk about shit from the past, we try not to dwell on the present. There ain't no future, so we just go back. We just keep going back, and back, and back, and back. Cheers. That's just fabulous. I'm glad that you stopped by this morning, Hiram. I don't often send out tags or things to people. Quite often when I do, I feel guilty, like, oh man, I should just not bug people. They don't want my weird stuff. So I'm glad you stopped by, because this means a lot. It means a lot. And so you're one of the irregulars, but people who come by on the show and hang out and comment and take our little time journeys with us, we're called irregulars, because you're not always here, but when you are, you're here. You're obviously a weirdo because you're here, but you're making comments and you're engaging, so you're an irregular. I want to do shirts that say, I'm an irregular. That's it. And then maybe small somewhere it says, Mornings with Crazy Old Weird Bearded Guy. You know, something subtle. I'm an irregular. Cool. I need a screen printer. I need just a little one-station screen printer. Every week I can come up with a new screen, print a couple of shirts, wear the shirts, give them away. You know, it would be fun. Just come up with stupid shit. Little buttons. Get a button maker. One of those old button makers you put on the stuff and crimp it down and make a button. Oh yeah. Oh yeah. Button in a t-shirt and a sticker. A different one every week. That would be fun. That would be great. That would be fantastic. If it wasn't for this air on right now, I would probably play some music. So I'm going to wait. I'm going to wait until the air is off. And we can have a silent house. And then I'll play some live music. Until then, I'm going to go warm up my coffee a little bit. Okay? So, you all need to hang tight until I get back. And until I do, I'm just going to have to leave you with this, all right? So That would be cool. I did wear that when I came out to Joshua Tree next year. You'd wear that when you... Well, that's cool. Well, when you come out here next year to Joshua Tree, you're going to have a blast. And you have to give me a heads up way ahead of time so we can get totally hooked up. The house is now a comfy 72 degrees. Mine's chilling down, pardon me, into the 60s because I've got this air on. Pardon me. It's just blowing the fan. But I got this boogie in my soul. You know what? I'll play that song as soon as I turn this air off. For right now, though, I'm going to go warm up my coffee, and I'm going to leave you guys with this image. I'll be back. And I'm back. It was that easy. Boogie Wonderland. Totally. Boogie Wonderland. Boogie Wonderland. Woo, woo. Totally. I think it's, yeah, we gotta play some live music here shortly. Alright, people? The house is gonna be active for a few more minutes. The dog's, Oliver's awake. He's over there. He's scratching his head real slow because he's sleepy. You know how people stretch and rub their eyes and scratch their nads. Well, that's what Oliver does. And he's yawning and stretching, and he's got one foot doing this real slow and scratching his face. He's hilarious. Now he's kind of chewing on his foot. Now he's looking at his toenails. Now he's licking his toenails. Now he's looking at me saying, "Stop narrating my life, asshole." One of your cockeyed like this. He's if I talk about him or look at him too much, he's gonna get mad at me. He's one that gets an attitude real quick. He'll get up, turn around, and face away from me. He will. He's a weirdo. He's a total weirdo. Yeah, that's great. Hear me now. Well, if you're there, Guy, what's your time frame? Not but when you're going to be, but how long are you planning to stay? A couple of days, a week, a weekend, what? Because there's lots of stuff going on, baby. There's always something going on. And I'll, and that way I can make sure to have kind of an agenda ready that you can kind of toy with, right? Is this Oliver? Is Oliver coming? Hi, Oliver. Hi. You want to come say good morning? Come here. Come on. Somebody's been talking about you all morning. Come here. You can have this stem in here. Come on. Come on, buddy. Oh, you're so cute. Come here. Come on. Come on. Come on. Oh, no. Yep. Oh, okay, here he is. This is Oliver. And this is Oliver. We had Sam on this morning. Now we have Oliver. Yes, you're a sweetheart. You're a sweetheart. Yes, I know you're the cutest guy in the whole world. Yes, yes you are. Biscuits and gravy. That's this guy. That's who this guy. I'm born to boogie. I got the boogie in my soul, right? I got a boogie in my nose. I gotta get it out. Makes for a horrible nose whistle, right? When you got that old boogie hanging in there. Jeez, that's enough of that. I'm trying to drink coffee here. What's up? I know. You're a food hound. You're up here because you're looking for food. He's like, yeah, no food. I'm gone. Poor little guy. He's starving to death. Yeah. If he doesn't get his quota of crumbs. So now Tootsie will remain in bed with my daughter until somebody comes and rescues her. You have to open the door and say, hey, Tootsie, you want to go pee-pee? No, go pee-pee. Okay, good night. And she'll come out if she has to. If she needs to do business. And most of these dogs would prefer to sleep all day with whoever's still in bed, right? The dog's life. Okay, so now you haven't seen Tootsie. Well, if she comes out this morning, then I will definitely bring her in. She's a little difficult to get up on a lap because she's a Chiweenie and she's long and cylinder-like. Sausage. So you have to pick her up, supporting her whole body like a football, right? To hold that dog. Or her spine. She's old, so you have to make sure you don't bend her spine weird. She's okay, but you have to make sure, because she's old, you don't want to intentionally pick her up wrong. So I don't pick up the dogs. I try not to pick up the dogs. Because I like the dogs to run around on the ground and look like dogs. My daughter's like, pick up the dog and hand him to me. I said, no, I don't pick up the dog. She said, what? I don't pick up the dogs. If I have to, I have to, but they don't need me to pick them up. A lot of it is, and I don't tell her that it hurts. Just because they're little doesn't mean they're not heavy. You know, so I don't like to pick them up because they're heavy too. Do you take them out to potty, or do they have a doggy door? They have a doggy door. The doggy door is at the end of the mobile in our bedroom, in the back wall, and I put a door there, a hinged wooden door that can be locked. The back of our mobile home is 5 feet off the ground. So our floor level here is about 5 feet from the ground outside in the back. Up front, it's only a couple of feet, but in the back, we're on a slight hill. So I had to build a way for them to get out of this doggy door and down 5 feet. So I built a deck and put a little doggy house on it. That doggy house has a doggy door, a flappy doggy door, right? They go out of the doggy door, around a deck, and down a ramp onto another deck that has carpet and a pillow, and it's a sun deck, right? And then from there, there's a series of ramps that go down, and then turn, and then down to the ground. And I can't just have it jump steps or a really sharp angled ramp because of Tootsie mainly. She has to, it was different before. When we got Tootsie, I had to redo the ramp so that it was less of a angle for her. And so now there's the upper level, the middle level, and then down on the ground, there's a place down below where they can dig and play in the dirt. But that takes them all the way outside into the backyard, and that's where they go potty. So, that was a long answer, but that's the answer I got. Totally. I imagine that guy Hiram has probably since left and gone off to work. He's in Ohio, I believe. Ohio. So, it's a couple of hours difference. I think it's a 2-hour difference there. So he's probably heading off to work or at work and getting busted for watching this stupid show. What the hell are you watching? That stupid shit. Go to work. I don't know what Guy does, so I don't pry into people's lives. At some point I may say, hey, so what do you do? What do you do for a living? Like I asked WW, and then promptly forget and have to ask 3 or 4 times. Oh, so what do you do? You've asked me that before, Muffy. He's asked me before. Everybody knows Shotzi is a boy. Do they ever have accidents? No, thank goodness. No. At least not that I know of. I mean, it's possible that one of the dogs have gone over the side and have hit the ground. But I wouldn't know it, right? Unless they come in limping or broken or something or start squawking. So, thankfully, knock on wood, nothing like that has happened. So, accidents, they're always doing stuff because they're running through the house so fast all the time. Oh, and there's Tootsie. Tootsie. Hi, Tootsie. Come here, Tootsie. Come here. Come here, Tootsie. You can have one of these stems, too. Come on, Tootsie. Yeah. 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 Get on for you. Come on, Tootsie. Come here. Come here, Tootsie. Oh, Tootsie Tootsie. Oh, Tootsie Tootsie. Come here, Tootsie Tootsie. Somebody wants to see you. Come here, Tootsie. Come here, Tootsie. Come here, Tootsie. Come here. Come here. I got you. Okay, so here's Tootsie. This is Tootsie. She's retired. She was my father's dog, and she came to us after having raised multiple cats, dogs, chickens, birds, pigeons, whatever my father was given that nobody else wanted. He'd bring it home, and there was always a matriarch animal who was taking care of everyone else. And at one point, she became the last matriarch, and she was the head of the family, and she stayed in the house with the other female dog in the family. Meanwhile, there were 3 other dogs outside, and horses and chickens and pigeons and goats and cats and whatever else, right? So this is Tootsie. Let me go ahead and do a good Tootsie shot here. And she's adorable. She's a sweetheart. She's got ears that stand straight up. Of course, she's not doing it now. She's getting attention. She's super soft. Her hair's super short. She's a purebred. So she is an actual pure mix of a purebred dachshund and a purebred chihuahua. She's the first of a series of dogs that they were breeding to come up with their own line of Chiweenie. So they were going to take the first of 2 different sets and breed them. So what they did was they had a Chiweenie and a dachshund and a Chiweenie and dachshund, and they bred those pairs, and then they took the babies and then they paired up the babies, and she was the odd dog out. So because my father worked with a vet and helped them do something, they gave him this one here, and she was promptly fixed, and she became the matriarch of the family when the current matriarch had passed away. And it wasn't always a dog. Sometimes it was a cat. There was one time he had a pigeon that was in charge of the other animals, a one-eyed pigeon, and it would go around and peck at the other ones and clean them and groom them and take care of kittens and do all kinds of weird shit. He was literally a Grizzly Adams kook. Right? And would just bring home all kinds of weird making up, I guess, for a lot of animals that didn't make it. Earth, Wind, and Fire music is my antidepressant nowadays. See, there you go. There you go. With me, it's just life. You know, little pot, some dogs, family. Oh, she loves that spot right there. Oh, yeah. She's a tootsie footsie. Tootsie footsie. Oh, tootsie footsie. She'll throw her head into you like that. She'll Hi, Tootsie Footsie. Tootsie Footsie. Tootsie Footsie. You get her to sit up, and then she'll throw her head into you. Hi, Tootsie. Hi, Tootsie. You love me? You love me? Oh, there she is. Right up against you. Oh, she's a sweetheart. All right, baby, I'll let you go. And you can go get comfortable. It's a little chilly over here for her because she has such short hair. You're a shining star. That's who you are. Shining bright to see. Totally. Yeah. I love my dogs. They're family. What can I say? They're family. They are. She's over there now curling up, trying to bury herself in a chair filled with blankets. Oh, Boogie Wonderland. Just had to go get your boogie on, huh? I totally get it, man. I gotta get my boogie. I gotta get my boogie on. That's why I listen to Sirius XM, so that I can just flip on that 70s channel there and just boogie. Boogie Wonderland. Totally. Yep. Well, it is after 7, so we've officially gone long this morning. Sure enough. And we're just kind of hanging on here until I can shut this cool air off in here. Pretty soon the kitchen will be closed and the house will shut back down to nil. Nil, I tell you. Nil. But until then, I'm probably going to have to heat up my coffee again. Let me do that. Let me do that. Let me do. You know what? It is the morning show here. We are on the morning show. We got a lot going on today.
There's always a lot going on there, buddy.
You know what? Let me just bring this up a little bit. There we go. We need to make it bigger. Like there's not enough going on. Oh, I'm going to go long, dude. Go long. Dude. Going long. It's Throwback Thursday. So we have to throw back and then go long, which means extra long, right? That's great. If we're going to throw back, I'm going to grab some throwback elements here. And I'm just trying to recall exactly where some of these throwback elements are. Because I keep shit just so scattered everywhere. I'll tell you what, let me do this. And I'll be right back because I got something that I wanna show y'all. Okay, I'm back. I can't hang up my boogie shoes. Well, don't. Keep them on. Okay, so I have something here I want to share with you. I just got tickets to some football games coming up, right? And the first one is coming up November 2nd. I'm sorry, November 22nd. All right? So let me go ahead and show you what I have here. I've got game 7, 8, 9, and 10 football game tickets, all right? And you'll never believe what games they're for. All right, here we go. You ready? Look at those dates. Right? Oh my God, no way. November 22nd, 1982. That'll be my first game. And then I'm going to go right on through 7, 8, 9, and 10. It's going to be awesome, people. There you go. The Raiders. The LA Raiders. Yeah. They were only $18 a piece. So that's just some of the vintage crap that I keep lying around my house. For some odd reason, I have these things. Yeah, right, exactly. That's back when the Raiders were good, right? They had some kick-ass dudes on their fucking team, and they went out and they win, and they did it with fucking fierce gusto, right? The Raiders in Las Vegas, I just don't know. It seems like a good fit, and hopefully they'll stay there for a while. John Madden days. It was such a great fucking time. Totally. Game 7, 8, 9, and 10 from 1982. Yeah. I'll buy that for $1. I've often thought about all of these things in here. At some point, I'm going to get to where I'm going to do a telethon, and I'm going to do a giveaway where it's like, okay, I've got this thing here, and I've had it around forever. On the back, it's got an advertising for Datsun. We are driven, product of Nissan. Remember back when Nissans here were called Datsuns? It's crazy. It's crazy. It's crazy. It's crazy. It's crazy. Do you ever go to a Laker game? I never went to a football game. Are you kidding me? KNX Radio 1070. Holy. No, never. I went to baseball games back in the, I'm going to say 78, 79, 80. In those years there, my grandmother and her husband at the time, and I think we're talking late 70s, her husband at the time was into baseball, and she talked him into taking us kids with him to a couple of games. So we got to see some freeway games. We got to see Dodgers and Angels play against each other, which was cool. So we got to see games at both the Dodgers Stadium and the Angels Stadium, because they were the two Southern California teams that were the closest. And I had already, when we saw Angels, I saw the Angels back in the day, dude, and the Dodgers. When we saw the Angels at the Angels Stadium, we had already been there for the Rolling Stones concert in 1978. Or maybe it was vice versa. I think we had already been there for the baseball and went for, but it was right around the same period that, and you know, that's the way it happens. Things kind of pop up in threes, right? So I was a kid. I was 9, 10 years old. I was not into baseball or any sports. So who I saw was whoever was playing in that season, right? I do remember that my grandmother was into Reggie Jackson, if that says anything. I know that at one point we saw Reggie Jackson play. I don't know what team he was on, why we saw him, why he was there, what was going on. I don't know. Followed sports except the Olympic gymnastics, diving, swimming. Right, exactly. Totally. In fact, let me grab some more memorabilia. Something having to do with just that. I'll be right back. And I'm going to say a good morning and farewell to my wife as she's taken off right now. So, I'll be right back. I'm back, and things are quieter. My wife has taken off for the morning. She'll be back to get me later so we can go to work together. But until then, here I sit, broken-hearted. Thought I finished, but only started. I played a lot of baseball. You know what? I was on a little league team, the Bears. I was on a team called the Bears. I was a cross between Tanner and Lupus from the original movie. We were called the Bad News Bears. We were a bunch of little misfit kids. I was the worst because I was actually a kind of a combination of most of the kids on the team, except for Kelly Lika. I thought I was cool, right? But I knew I wasn't. I literally, they'd put me in the outfield, and I would just go lay down. If the ball came out, I just hold my glove up, right? I wasn't there for long. I did not want to be there. My brother was the baseball guy. He played baseball, so they drop him off, and then, well, let's take him to baseball. That's how I got into scouts. Let's take him to scouts. If they'd have asked me, I'd have said, take me to the library, right? But nobody ever asked me. They just, whatever they did for him, they did for me. You know, they mimeographed me through life. I was a Xerox. I wish I could have gotten into it, but it just wasn't me. I would have rather gone to one of those after-school programs where the kids get together and do science projects or something, right? But, no. I wish I had gotten into reading at an early age. My father, the, college graduate, university student, he never encouraged us to read. Never read to us. We'd get in trouble if we disrupted his reading, but he never encouraged reading or higher education. So that was kind of a bummer. And that's kind of what I wanted. I wanted that, that's why when I was homeless at 15, I fucking stayed in school because I wanted that. You know, it was there. I was happy there. I was doing stuff. Anyway, I think it's time to smoke some more weed and play some music. And I don't know if Hiram is still around, but if he is, I'd like to play some music for him if he happens to pop back around. He's probably at work. He's probably doing whatever it is that he does. Because that's what people do. They do what they do, right? Ah, jeez. Yeah. Totally, man. Totally. Anyway. Everything's really quiet in here now, and I've got a little bit of stage fright, right? It's so quiet. So quiet. I was going to dig something up having to do with the Olympics, but I just couldn't recall exactly where it was. So I just I don't want to make a mess and be away from the camera too long or make a racket. So for another day, we'll leave it for another day. I do have an Angels cap, by the way. If it was Dodgers or Angels, I don't know. Angels, I guess. You know, the Angels are a native California team like me. I'm native California. Angels are native Californians. Dodgers? They're a New York transplant. The Brooklyn Dodgers. They're a transplant. They came over a long time ago. So, I guess I'm just an Angel fan by birthright. That's it. And Angels Stadium has been a huge part of my life. Even just its presence, passing it on the freeway. Yep, there it is. Yep, there it is. Yep, there it is. Yeah. The Dodgers just won the World Series. Well, good on them. I had no idea. Who are they up against? The Phoenix Sun? Or, no, we're talking rugby, right? I just don't know much about sports. I enjoyed watching the Dodgers and the Angels when I was a kid, mainly because we were doing something other than being homeless. Living in a motorhome or a van or kind of being out. Yeah, the Angels are Anaheim. They have been called the Anaheim Angels, Los Angeles Angels, California Angels, Southern California Angels. But to me, they've always been the Anaheim Angels. They were just like KTLA Channel 5 out here in Los Angeles. The Angels were owned by Gene Autry, the singer and Western movie star, Gene Autry, right? He owned Channel 5. He owned the Angels, the California Angels, and he owned a bunch of other stuff. But he had a place out here in Palm Springs, and it was his own piece of property. It was a bunch of acreage, and it had his house, and it had some bungalows and a building for the Singing Cowboy. You got it. Bungalows, place for players to stay, and then it had a field where he could have his team come out and play in the off season during the what do they call that? The off-season league, right? So the farm team, that was it. So and they'd go out and they'd play out there in Palm Springs. Well, out here. out here in the desert. And I actually worked at that property when it was sold later. It was sold and was Givenchy, and then later sold again. It went through a bunch of different owners and stuff. But at last it was finally called the Parker. And the Gene Autry home is still there. The property is still there. Never saw Frank Sinatra in person back in the day. He did have a place in Palm Springs, like many, many Hollywood people. They would all come out to Palm Springs as kind of a California party place from LA. Out of state, you'd go to Las Vegas. But here in California, you just drive southeast out of Los Angeles, or pretty much straight east out of LA. And you would be just take the 10 out of LA, and there you are in Palm Springs. So Bob Hope, I've been to the Bob Hope house. I've been to the Barbra Streisand house. I worked with a lot of contractor type companies where we would be sent out on calls to places, right? So I've got to see a lot of these really cool houses. Bob Hope's house is really, looks like a big nose. No, it's kind of a big round thing up on top of this foothill that just looks great up there. And then there's a bunch of other stuff up there. And Streisand, she still has a house there. It was like Sin City back in the day. But that's what Los Angeles is. That's what Hollywood is and was and still is and is destined to just stay. Just a wicked, sinful place full of wicked, sinful people. Right? Right? I would want to keep my daughter out of that stuff, Hollywood, right? If you're going to get in on Hollywood, you need to get in on a level that you control, not where you're under control. Fuck that. Because once you get wrapped up in saying, okay, you'll pretty much agree to anything. And that's what those people, they want so much that they'll agree to anything. At some point, they've been so corrupted that they'll do anything. Right? Holly weird. Totally weird, dude. Totally weird. I want to heat up my coffee because I want to enjoy it. And there might be some more in there for me. So, yeah. I'm not going to do anything weird here. I'm going to do this. And, oh, there we go. Oh, what are we doing here? There it is. Morning report. Be right back. I'm just stepping away for a second. So don't get your panties in a bunch. Right here, surrounded by dogs in here. Oh yeah. Oh yeah. Oh yeah. Totally. Totally, eh?
Okay, we're going in, eh? We're coming in for landing, and then we're in there, eh? Totally stay weird. Don't even start. I am weird. I have no choice. It's not like I can just like, oh, I'm not going to be weird anymore, right? It don't work like that, man. Once weird, always weird. It's not like you stay weird. It's like, what else am I going to do? What the fuck else am I going to do? Just all of a sudden not be weird anymore? Yeah, that don't work. Tried that. Been there, done that. It don't work. You know what? If you're going to work here, you can't be weird. Goodbye. What, I'm just supposed to control it? I've gotten in trouble at work, at jobs before, for just being myself, man. That guy's too weird. He says weird things. He talks about weird stuff. He's got weird ideas. He thinks everybody should get along and like each other. Fire him. Fire him. Get rid of him. Seriously. Seriously. Serioso. Serious. I'm serious. I'm literally serious, dude. Okay, Fazek, digging him a hookin', toes it like it, I'm a packet of easy, I'm a fucking Susan, been gagging him, hooking it, ain't it. Or gonna more friggin' sag some. You're gonna gotta be tagging him. I had to hit the translator there because it wasn't picking me up right. Yeah, it was downtrodden. Shut up. Oh, look, coffee. I just finished off the pot and a little creamer, and it is I got a full cup here, so that means I can go another couple of hours. That cup lasted a couple of hours. Bummer, dude. So there we go. There we have it. What I'd like to do today is to get your version of what happened. You mean the truth? Well, no, really. What movie is that from? I didn't heat it up enough. Damn it, man. Damn it, man. Damn it. Get it right. I'm back, baby. I am back. I am back bacon. Oh. So I started rewatching that A Time for Another Bowl and Another Cup of Coffee too. Did you read my mind? I start rewatching that Assassination by Lightning, the story of the James Garfield and his assassination, right? And then the subsequent presidency of Chester A. Arthur happened after that, right? And it's a great watch. It's a 4-part docudrama. Watch it if you haven't seen it on Netflix yet. Watch it. Damn it, Jim. I'm a surgeon, not an auto mechanic. Yeah, right. Exactly. Damn it, man. I'm a doctor, not a dumbass. Well, can't you be both? Usually they are. Bones, dearie. Hey there, Bones. Hey, Bones. What's going on here, Bones? You got bones? I got no bones. I got no bones, no siree. I'm gonna live like an amoeba. Total amoeba. Yeah. Oh, really? I'm
I'm fine. I'm okay. You and I are in sync, William. See, there you go. You guys got it. You guys should do a comedy routine. Hey, there's your stuff for talent night. The show, the telethon. You gotta have a talent, eh? You guys can do a, James and William, Willie and Jay, like a vaudeville act, Hey, bud, what do you say when the guy comes up to you and says, hey, what do you say? I don't know, bud. What do you say when a guy comes up to you and says, what do you say? You say, what do you say? I don't get it. Because I'm not really good at writing jokes. If you want a joke writer, go to Lucy. She had some great jokes this morning. It was great. She was busting me up. On the inside, I was dying. You're killing me, Smalls. You're killing me. Killing me up in here. What do you think about my show here? Let's see, let's do that. And let's take this one here, because it's kind of like the same thing, only it's pulled out, right? And let's do that. There we go. I still got that framework there. We could do that to raise money for your arcade. Oh, that's an excellent idea. I don't know how we would be allowed to do it on YouTube, because you have to go through specific rules to do any kind of money stuff on YouTube, right? So it would have to be some kind of weird setup. I don't know how. You can't even put one of those scan things on the screen for people to scan and send you money, because that's something that you're not allowed to do. You cannot advertise any kind of fundraising without going through the YouTube fundraising stuff. You can't monetize anything or bring in any money without going through the YouTube stuff. So I'm not even going to attempt to do something like that on YouTube, lest I get my show canceled, right? I would prefer to have the show and no money, right? So once my daughter is available to me, it would have to be a live show. Exactly, it have to be a live show, and it would have to be live viewers. It would have to be a live viewing audience seeing what's going on in order to have somebody to get the money from, right? After the fact, I don't know. After the fact, it probably will be copyrighted out and not be on. Sometimes I can go through a copyrighted live show and edit out some things so that it's not a copyrighted show. Once my daughter is on break and I can use her for research, we're going to figure out the whole money end of it, right? Once the money end is figured out, if it looks at all possible that the money end of it could be worked out and us able to raise everything actually live, right? Now that's something that I could set up. I could try to utilize a few of the people in town who have access to places and people and musicians, thespians, and set up an actual festival, an outdoor festival during the day that's solely set up to raise money for this business startup, The only thing is, as soon as I go public, because this is not public, nobody in my hometown here where I live watches this, so it's not like it's going to get around that, hey, the guy's going to do it, let's do it before him, right? Once I go public here in town, I need to be up and running shortly. Otherwise, somebody's going to steal the idea, and I'll be right next to another arcade, right? Somebody will start up one before I even get mine up and running, right? So that's what I'm concerned about. That if I jump the gun, somebody is going to steal it, I'm just thinking, let's put the phasers on stun right now, right? And shields up, and let's go into a holding pattern for now. So I think that's probably the best thing to do. But I don't want to get town involved until I'm like, all right, I've raised a lot of money and I need more, and now I need town support. And then I do a thing that says, look, this is opening on this day and we need some help. We need to get people involved. We need advertising. We need to raise some more money, whatever. But it's going to be at that point that I need it to go public, because the building's already rented. We've painted and carpeted. We've lit the building where we're working on the murals. The games are arriving on Friday. The place opens the next, that's when I need the public involved. So I think it's going to be a private affair between my daughter and myself and us here until I can really make it happen. And I don't want to make it happen for somebody else and do all of the legwork and then have them just totally just walk off with the idea. Somebody who's got the money to just do it, right? And there's a lot of that out here. And I'm so surprised that somebody already hasn't done it. And I would be so surprised if come next summer I start up an arcade and there isn't already one in town, right? I hear the trash man out there. So keeping it private, doing the legwork, getting things up and rolling so that by the time I'm ready to open the thing, everybody is surprised as fuck that it's happening, right? That's when we need to have a big function. So, and it may be that it's going to be an opening. We can make it happen. I love the positivity. I love a good dream that can actually work, right? It might just be an opening day event where we raise money to get it up and running fully and to showcase what we got, right? Because I do every single day, the vision becomes more clear and more real in my head. Right down to that stage in the back near the snack bar, filled with musical instruments for the high school kids and other kids to just hang out and play. Hell yeah. I can smell the popcorn and the hot dogs. The French fries they sell. Totally. And even if I'm only a silent behind-the-scenes part of this, or the creator, and then hand it to my daughter and then pass away or whatever, at least I'll know that I've given this bit of the past to the present. I'm giving her all she's got, Captain. Well, we need more power in the warp drive mechanism. I've got a wiener in the warp drive, Captain. Have you got a wee bit of mustard? I've got my wiener stuck in the warp drive. Totally. I can smell weed and patchouli. I can smell weed and coffee and Nag Champa. I'm not a big fan of patchouli. I went through the whole patchouli. Everybody was wearing patchouli. I never got into it. I honestly just never got. I never got into patchouli. Never got into dreadlocks. Never got into really unusual clothing. Right? I would take regular stuff and create a wardrobe. Right? But a lot of the stuff that I saw when traveling with the dead were handmade clothes. Guys running around in jumpers that were handmade, corduroy and stuff, and girls wearing all handmade outfits, you know, and I thought it was just beautiful, but I could never see myself wearing that kind of stuff because I wasn't as beautiful as they were. I was just an oddball. See, there you go. Somebody who can wear patchouli and get away with it. I could never do that. I knew people who could get away with wearing patchouli every day, you know. And it's not like you have to wear it every day. You just put it on a little dab on once a week, and it's there forever, right? Totally. Yeah, it just never worked on me. Never worked for me. You know, if I go into a crowd of people, I could point out the hippie. You know, hey, over there. Yep, there he is. Totally. I smell hippies, exactly. It's funny. That's funny. You know what? Just to have a little place where the kids can get together all week long and on the weekends and stuff, and then at nights the adults can get together and pretend like they're kids again. Right? That's it. That's all. Nothing big. You know? And at some point, try to get a couple of local investors as kind of like silent partners, but to come in as, and maybe not even invest money, but invest their time. You know, get somebody as a house band. Get a friend of mine to do a house band. Okay, you guys are the house band. You come in on Friday nights and Saturday afternoons and play. And then on Saturday nights, we try to get somebody, another local big guy in here, and your afternoon is pretty much opening for them, right? When I wore patchouli back in the day, my dad called it a buck lure. Buck lure, right? It just smelled like pheromones, man. It was like deer pheromones. Buck manure? What? Oh, yeah. Well, we are creeping up into the fourth hour. We're just wrapping up the third hour this morning of the morning show. And we're back on the topic of the arcade again. What would it take to get up an arcade running? I enjoy the whole exploration of a dream before we even get into researching the possibilities, just the build-up, right? I think I'm going to get her on Thanksgiving break. I don't think she's going to have anything too heavy going on that I can get her for a couple of hours out here to sit on her computer and me on mine, and we'll just kind of talk about stuff. And I'll just say, okay, look, we're going to come up with a dozen ways to raise money. Money that doesn't have to be paid back. Money that can be used however, you know, there's no stipulations, right? Money that we can raise without having to pay too much of a fee in order to raise it. Because there are probably fundraising organizations. A Michigan hillbilly. I can imagine his car when he was a teenager, right? I imagine just him driving a really hot muscle car back in the days, right? If you're from Michigan, you're going to have some fucking Michigan metal, right? Some Detroit steel. Yeah, man. We're going to have to do a way that we can share stories further here. You can always go to posts, and I believe you can post stuff on my channel, and it's public. And it's, some people don't allow you to post on their YouTube, but I think my posts is open, and you can go and post something directly to me. I've posted stuff to a couple of you guys, so I know it's possible. What the hell is that? 2003. Is this a phone number? Oh my God. 939-2003. I don't know what that means. Is it a license plate number? Well, there's a
It's an encrypted message. Yeah. 9! 9! Played 9! Stop it. Stop doing shit. Stop doing stuff. Stop pushing buttons. Totally, eh? Arcade me. I just don't want to make a dream and then see somebody else live my dream. And that's happened before. Right? You create this whole dream and then somebody else comes along and lives it. Oh, I see. I see. It's an exclamation. 1939 to 2003. Oh, okay. There you go. Now I get it. Highly illogical, Captain. That I don't understand numbers, right? I get it. I'm bad at math. How old was he? 60s? 70s? I'm not going to try to do the math right now. I think we should definitely put together an organization devoted to the concepts of creating a fucking arcade, right? And we'll get people from around the country to help. We'll come up with a way to do a chain letter via text, right? It's like you grab 10 of your friends or more and you send them a text that says, hey, please donate to this thing. And you send them a link and it shows them what they're donating to and how to donate. And then they hopefully will send that out to 10 or more people, right? And all we ask is you to donate $1 or more to the cause, right? Because all it takes is, 100,000 people to donate $1, and I get $100,000 to start the thing, right? 100,000 people. Social media works easily that way, especially if you 10 times 10 times 10 times 10. So he was 64 and you're 66. Okay. That ain't gonna happen. What ain't gonna happen? That ain't gonna happen to us. Oh, I get you. Yeah. So if we could do that, and then what we could do is, like, for major contributors over this amount, they get certain benefits later down the road, right? And I think we can accomplish something like that. So you're not expected to make a whole bunch of money back. It's a you give the money away freely and you're done. At some point, we will get together as the company and decide, look, these people helped us out when we needed help. Let's try to reciprocate to these special people who donated so much money, right? And then try to do something. Some kind of payback. And then use that so that we could, if the kids in town, they need something going on, we know how to do that. We know how to raise the money for those kids and get that going on. Because to me, that's the most important thing, is the kids. And then next to the kids, it's the homeless population, basically. Secondly, they need something. So a follow-up project would be to try to get some kind of community building, park area where people could get together and learn and rehab and get certificates and go to lectures and seminars and have a place to shower and cook and sleep, and become human again. But I think the starting point would be an arcade, because that would bring in a lot of funds right away. As soon as it opened, it would just be pumping out, pumping. I think if we do dollar games and $2 games, right, so that you get tokens. Some games are 1 token, some games are 2 tokens. And do it like that. And set up all the games to use tokens.
That would be great. That would be great. All right, I'm going in for a bong hit, and then I'm going to go to the arcade, and I'm gonna play Dig Dug. And then Joust. Yeah, I've been in Skid Row in L.A. My friends and I, one night, we were coming back from the clubs, and we pulled off and went down through Skid Row on accident, by mistake. And I hear dogs squeaking in their sleep. We got the hell out of there quick. It was scary as fuck at night. People just coming right out at you in your car. You pull up to a stop, and they just come right out at you. It was crazy. That was back in the 80s. In the 90s, I took a bus with a girl from Southern California to Northern California up to Mammoth Lakes. And we had to change buses in Los Angeles. And the bus station in LA, the Greyhound station, was right there in Skid Row, right up against the freeway. You come into Skid Row, you go down the street in Skid Row to a dead end. And there was the bus station. And there was a train station there. And there was a city bus station. It was all right down at the end of the street. But the street itself, if you left the station and went up the street, like to go to a liquor store to get something to take on the bus with you, you got 20 feet up the street and turned around and went back and cowered inside of the Greyhound station because you were fucking scared. It's crazy. We walked all the way up to the store, and it was crazy. I'm used to that. At least I was back then, used to that kind of shit. It didn't bother me. I'm sure it's worse now. People are just shitting on the streets, just, rolling in their own puke and tranked up, and the bent people. It's horrible. It's horrible. The forgotten people, I wouldn't wish Skid Row on anyone at this point. But we went right through there. Had to do a layover waiting to get on to the next bus, and yada, yada, yada. And then we got out of town and went further up out of Los Angeles, an hour and a half, and stopped again for dinner. And so we stopped at a fast food restaurant that was near a liquor store and a couple of fast food places. Like, all right, we got a half an hour. Everybody get out. You got a half an hour to get your food and to get back to the bus. Then the driver went, he got his food and came back. And so I went up, this girl and I, we went up the street to a liquor store. We got a 6-pack of beer, tucked it under my coat, went, got a bag of fast food, tucked it up under my other, and then before we got on the bus, we got real loaded, right? And then we got on the bus and we ate and we drank and did a little naughty stuff, and it was a fun ride, It was fun. It was pretty cool. But I don't want to go through East LA again. We drive by it every time we go to LA, and we go up into Hollywood. It's right there. You really look off the freeway, and there's the bus station. There's the beginnings of Skid Row, and there's that neighborhood there. Alvera Street, that famous Californio-Mexican heritage community there, and the street and everything. That's right near Skid Row. It's like bumps right up into it. There's homeless everywhere. As soon as you get into Los Angeles County, everywhere you are, homeless. And I don't know what it is, right? There's so much that could be done so easily. And yet they raise all of these millions and millions of dollars to help the homeless. And then they build these high-rise buildings. They talk the homeless people into going in and signing these contracts, force them to go out and get back into society the way they don't want to do it. And then pretty soon, these buildings that are created for homeless people, there's no homeless in there. And then they have to lease them out to real people and make money that way. And nobody wins. Except for the people that are moving into a low rent housing thing now. But So many of these buildings just revert back to low rent housing rather than it should be specifically for homeless. They don't want to put homeless into a building that they're not actually paying for, because then they don't feel responsible for it and they can just go into it and destroy it. And that happens a lot. There was this guy who in Southern California here locally who he was a guy who had a lot of money, won the lottery or had a big business or something, and he went out and he bought like 100 of these little travel trailers, right? A bunch of little travel trailers, and he wanted to use them to create a little community for homeless people. And they destroyed every single one of them, right? He finally had to just take them all back, and the surviving trailers, put them on a piece of property and lock them up. And now they sit on a piece of property locked up down in like Wildemar, California, you know. And what is he going to do with them? He can't. He's liable for a lot of the shit that happened. He's liable for things that happened to the people while they were in them. He's getting sued by people who were next to these communities of kooks in trailers, right? You try to help people and they just shit all over you. What you have to do is help people to help themselves. If they're not doing the work, they don't want it. They don't care. They just don't give a shit. They have to do the work and get involved. So therefore it means something to them. If they're putting in the effort to get something out of it every day, they get something more out of their effort, they're going to learn that this gets that. Doing nothing gets you nothing. It gets you living in the street. You know, it has to be grown in them or regrown in them, because they've just lost it. They don't give a fuck anymore. I was there. It's so easy to be homeless, because it's so easy to just fucking give up and say, I don't want to fucking play that fucking game anymore. You know, I gotta build everything up and have everything just so I can lose it, because my boss decides to go gamble and then loses the company, and now I'm out my job and my pension and all. Fuck that, you know. I'd rather be homeless. And that happens a lot. It's happening more and more and more. People are just like living the van life. I'm going to get a tiny home and park it somewhere. I'm going to live in a van and fuck mortgages and fuck houses and fuck payments, right? Buy a van, fix it up for cash, and then work and live in your van, right? Or don't work at all. Have a fucking Spartan existence and live off the land. There's guys who live in their cars, their vans, and eat out of the back of restaurants and out of dumpsters and shit, and make it happen, you know. I used to eat whatever I could when I was homeless. You do what you got to do to survive. But if you can give a place for people to go and get their humanism back on again, you know, regrow that little spark of human inside them again, and not so that they fall victim to society's bullshit again, but they're able to handle navigating that bullshit without it crushing them, you know. Learn about credit and learn about mortgages and learn about all of these things, and learn a trade, a craft, something you can use to get a job, you know, but know that you don't want to get wrapped up in that again. You're not going to go out and get I got a great job, I'm going to go out and lease a car. Well, there goes most of your money now. What about a health insurance? You're going to have to buy health insurance because, you know, it's illegal to not have health insurance again. So you got to think about all these things and plan everything in. Have a seminar on how to budget your fucking money. You know. Yeah. Brutal. You come out with this comment, brutal. Life is brutal, right? Just fucking brutal. Brutal. I'm telling you. Yeah, they call me brutal. Hey, Brutal, what's up? Hey, Brutal, how's it going there, Brutal? Brutal, my noodle. Yep. What are you going to do, you know? What are you going to do? If I could come up with a viable business that would not only help my family and not only be a big part of the community in the youth, but use it to create interest in another project, right? The human station. That's all it would take, you know. I think that we should think about, once I get a handle on fundraising, I think we should look at how we can raise money. I can always make things to give away for donations. You know, we're looking for dollar donations. If you go 100 times that, you get this. We'll send you this. If you go 10 times that, then we'll give you this, you know, just to say thank you. But, you know, it's known that it's just a donation. We're just trying to get this up and running. We won't be looking for partners right away. Toward the opening and during the running of the place, we'll be looking at certain people to come in and help do certain things. But I think it should always, the ownership should be retained by my daughter, period. No matter who else is involved in it, it should be my daughter's, period. Whether she wants it now or not, I'm sure there'll come a period real soon where she's going to say, yeah, I want to run an arcade. Who wouldn't, at her age, at any age, want to just hear the sounds of those video games? Listen to people having fun all fucking day, every day. The different events that you could plan at an arcade. And if the property is big enough, then you've got so much potential, right? The arcade. Period. The arcade. We'll have other arcade paraphernalia. I'll have arcades, shirts with arcades from bygone eras, you know. What is it? Flynn's from Tron. My old arcade. Different arcades from back in the day, or video game stuff that's gone. Just a one-station screen printer, so I can just do one-color screen prints, just basic stuff, right? All you need to do is print out something on paper, cut it out where you need to, and then do your first screen so that everything is sealed up where it should be, and then start printing. I've seen it done. It's pretty basic. Still listening here, right on, brother. Screen printing can be pretty basic if you keep it basic, right? So that's what I'm shooting for. I'm shooting for basic. Something I can do. Get a big vat of black ink that's, you know, really good and cheap to get a big thing, and then just make my own frames, staple my screens on, seal up the edges with the tape and the wax and everything, and create my own screens. And all I need is room, really. I need a big house, a garage, my own garage, right? The dream. The dreamer, the unwoken fool, high on a hill, the Eldorado. That's me, baby. Always looking for that pot of gold. Always looking for that special treasure. Oh, pardon me. Pardon me. It's my faux pas. Kinney Bunkport. Haven't been to California yet, huh, James? Come on out. I say this to all friends and family. Hiram Guy, who was here earlier, he knows this. As soon as he's ready to pick a date to come out, he's got to let me know, so that when you get out here, you got a place to stay for a couple of nights. Period. We clean vacation rentals, and we do favors back and forth, right? We try to keep it familial, so we can always say, hey, look, can we get a place for 2 or 3 or 4 nights or something, and we'll owe you a couple of cleanings. And they're like, yeah, sure, no problem. It's not booked, take it. So we do that a lot. My daughter's birthday, graduation, they just want to get together and hang out. We get a vacation rental, and they go and hang out. It's their house for a day or two. So when you guys are ready to come out and visit, Joey flies out to Palm Springs, and I just drive down to Palm Springs and pick him up. He's got to do a layover, right, in Colorado. But he goes directly to Palm Springs. So he used to go to Arizona and then rent a car and drive out. And I just said, you know what, it's too expensive. Find a cheap flight out, even if you got to do a layover, it's probably cheaper that way anyway. Come to Palm Springs. It's 40 minutes down the road. I come half an hour. I'll come down, pick you up, bring you back, and you can stay here or you can stay in a house, right? He just stays here now. But I always throw that option out to people. When you guys are ready to come out, let me know in earnest. And we'll find you a little vacation rental nearby, hopefully within walking distance, right? Because we've got 2 within walking distance here in town. And those are the favorites. So, get you guys to fly out. We'll come down, pick you up. You hang out here in town at a vacation rental. The downtown area is within walking distance, a couple of blocks into downtown Joshua Tree, right? When you're ready to go to the park and drive through the park and see Joshua Tree National Park, then we get in a car and we drive out there. We've got a pass, annual pass, so we can go do that. There's also lots of museums and art exhibits and live art stuff and music. And it's a really fun stay. And I encourage anyone who wants to come out to Southern California and stay in the desert to come out and hang out and stay. So you guys are more than welcome to come out. If you don't want to leave them boys alone, just bring them with you. It's a hell of a distance, Joey came out in the spring to go camping. He came out again in the fall and went to Chicago with my daughter and back, and then went home. And he's coming out again in December. So it's possible, right? And what we can do is investigate fundraising and maybe raise you guys funds to fly out and stay and then fly back, do a round trip thing, right? What's it going to take? And then we do a fundraiser on GoFundMe, right? These kids, my daughter and Joey and stuff, they're great at reservations and tickets and getting stuff for good prices, So that would be something that wouldn't be too difficult to do, actually. That would be easier than getting an arcade up and running, right? Get you guys out here for the grand opening. That would be cool. That would be so cool. Yeah. Let's see. It is 11/13. It is November the 13th, 2025. I can't believe how... let me switch screens for a quick second so I can stand up and make an adjustment in myself. But you can't really tell because it's still the same room. It's just a little animated, right? So there we go. Oh, that feels better. My nether regions feel a little less entangled. So there you go. There you go. I'm back. I'm back. Henceforth, I'm here. I shall be. until we leave this morning. And I don't think we're leaving until much later. My wife is going to be back at around 11-ish. And we're going to go out and clean one of those vacation rentals and earn a little of our daily bread. It's what we do. She's with some friends now, helping them out. She has lots of friends and stuff. I don't. My daughter and wife, they have a lot of friends they go out and hang out with and do stuff and have regular outings and these things. I don't. I go out with my daughter to go to school, to take her to shows, to do that kind of stuff. Go out and do things with my wife. But I don't have many friends locally that I can go out with and do stuff with all the time. I used to try to do that, and then I had all my teeth yanked out, and I stopped doing it, period. And I just don't have the energy anymore to go out and do stuff. There's always something going on that I need to be into, right? So, totally. Arcadia. Arcade. Should it be the arcade or just arcade? I think one word is probably better. Arcade. Because if I was going to use a name from the past, it would be Spaceland Arcade, the arcade that I used to frequent when I was a kid, the one that was blasting MTV on screens all over the place. That's the one, that's the name that I would use, Spaceland Arcade. It's either that or just arcade or the arcade. So we're going to have to come up with the correct verbiage for it. And then I can create all kinds of media stuff to get the word out. But because my reach is so limited as far as friends and social media and whatnot, it would probably fall upon others to get the word out. I could contact 10 people who I could trust to get the word out away from here. 10 people who I could get on social media to spread the word. And then the thing would be that they would need to then spread the word to 10 other people and make sure that that's what they're doing. Did you ever look at those arcade websites I sent you? No, I dog-eared them or bookmarked them and set them aside as research. So I am going to take them and I'm going to dump those links into a file on my computer. And right now I'm just going to start amassing ideas and files and websites and stuff like that. Writing notes on my clipboard and getting this skee ball. That's the one I wanted to write down. Skee ball. I would just love to be able to rebuild a skee ball table, a foosball table, hockey, all of these things, and get some old machines that need help and just rebuild them, right? And then just own them outright. Just buy them for cheap and then just rebuild them, right? Which is probably the best thing to do. And as I rebuild things, learn about them. Buy and lease to own a bunch of machines. Get a service guy to come out and work on machines when you need him. But at the same time, buy machines and rebuild them from the ground up so that I learn how to work on the machines myself. Because that's second nature to me. Learning about mechanisms and electronics and that shit. So do that, And then after a while, I won't need that guy to come out so much. And then I can just buy machines here and there and then just say, hey, it looks like new again, huh? Totally, it does. But thank you for those links, and I will be looking into those. And anything that you guys send me, I totally, or we talk about and I write it down, I totally get into. Sometimes it takes me a while. Sometimes there has to be a method to that where I'll go and, oh shit, I know. And I'll go back into a bunch of morning show agenda sheets and look, and then make another note of a bunch of different things that we talked about, and then research that because it's part of another plot, right? My mind works really, really weird. So I can't clutter it up with a lot of stuff that I'm not working on right at the moment because there's a whole billion other things going on. Like when I get done with this show and I turn the cameras off and the computers are done, I really have to step away from it or I won't get anything else done and my life stands still. Did you make dinner tonight? Oh, shit, I forgot. Well, why didn't you wash dishes? You know, oh, I was too busy, right? So I try to let this be here, and then when it's done, I try to not be here. On the weekends, I will spend a few hours here because I'm not doing this. And I can get up early and come out here with nobody awake and get into something, you know. And I'm letting that energy build up with this arcade thing. Because with me, that's the way it works. I appreciate other people helping and doing things and researching and stuff. Because once I get to that where I'm like, I'm going to burst if I don't. And it's hard to hold back investigating stuff right now. It is. I really want to look at those videos and I want to look at websites and I want to research different games and stuff. But I know if I get into it, I'm going to pine for it. And I don't want to pine for it. I want to work toward it. So I'm setting up goals to achieve. First of all, get my daughter to help me find out about raising money. And since she put herself through school and wound up with a surplus because she was able to investigate financial aid and scholarships and people who just wanted to throw money at her because she was a straight A student, right? Well, then there we go. She's my ace in the hole. And I don't want to abuse that, so I have to use her talents wisely, right? So right about the time that I get her involved in fundraising, I'm going to show her a bunch of research that I've done right then, just before, days before I get her involved. I'm going to do a bunch of shit and line up a bunch of ducks and say, okay, look, I can make this happen on my end if we can come up with some kind of fundraiser, right? And once I can convince her of the validity of what I'm talking about, then, yeah. How long are you going to be on today? I got to go on a beer. I'll be here when you get back. What does it take you? Half an hour, 45 minutes? I'll be here. I'm going to be on here 9, 10, 11, another couple of hours. So hurry back. Don't rush, but hurry back. I will be here. And you need to think about, you need to think about taking a trip out here. You know, save some of that beer money and get a plane ticket. Come out and visit. Because like I said, all you got to do is hit me up a month or more ahead of time, and I can get you into a place. Pick you up at the airport, get you into a place, give you a bicycle to ride around town on if that's what you're into. You know, it'll be great. Fucking great. Totally. Start working on some projects, doing some guitar stuff, whatever. You know, the options are unlimited. The possibilities are boundless. I just thought about Superman from the 1978, right? Boundless. All right, I'm going in. Grab a little nug. Fallbrook red hair, baby. I can't believe I finally found a Fallbrook red hair. It's great. It's great. It's great. It's great. I got to do an adjustment. I think I'm sitting on something I'm not supposed to. Well, I'd love you to come out here too. That'd be awesome. I mean, Joey came out here once just to stop by because he was in California visiting, touristing, right? And he just stopped by on a whim for an hour. And he came back again and again and again and again, and he's coming back again and again. So, I guess I'm a popular guy. I guess I'm likable. But that would be awesome. You could, I'm adjusted now. You can come and hang out, check out the scene. My friend Hiram from Ohio, who used to live out in where I used to live in Elsinore, California. He's actually they're going to buy a vacation place out here, a little home, a little tiny home, one of those little weird little places. I'm hoping that if he doesn't live out here and he buys a little vacation place, that we could just kind of take care of it for him and manage it for him, right? Which would be sweet, because that's what we do. And then he could live in it when he's out here, and then when he's not, he could be making money on it, and it could be paying for itself, which is what a lot of people do. You know, that extra income, but it's also, you know, you got extra property. Totally, eh? Totally. Anyway, you better get your beer. Go on a beer run. Hurry up. Get back. If you're not gone already, get out of here. Take me with you in the car if you wish, but don't be distracted. Or do you just jog? You just jog down to the store. Yeah, in Palm Springs, they just take their golf carts. They drive their golf carts everywhere. Seriously. Golf carts everywhere, driving on the street, parked at the supermarket, at the bar. There's golf carts parked everywhere you go. It's great. It's crazy. It's crazy. It's crazy. 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 I made a mistake and knocked some ashes into my I want to visit you with Susie and William. See, there we go. And you know, we can do that if we arrange it so that you guys get out here at the same time and I pick you up together, or it doesn't matter because you're only like a half an hour down to the airport. Put you guys in the same house because I can get a 3-bedroom house, right? That would be great, you know. You guys could have the place to yourself. You could be right in town, so you could just be within walking distance of the stores and the restaurants and the clubs and stuff, right? Do you have a guest room? No. My guest room is the living room. That's where Joey stays. We used to put him in random Airbnbs and vacation rentals when he came. And at one point, I had this office here. This office. See this wall here and this wall here? I had a bed across this wall here and a curtain here, and turned this into a guest room because I had a friend staying here, and then I left it here, and then Joey came, so we made it a guest room for him. But when I turned this into a studio, we just put an air mattress in the living room, right? And now he just shows up and sleeps on the couch, sleeps on the air mattress, whatever, you know, because he's family. So it's rough to have a guest in this house because it's so small. You see the size of this room right here, right? And that's just what used to be a dining room. And it's a small-ass fucking dining room. It's a small mobile home. It's half the size of a normal double wide, really. It's just tiny, like 40 feet long, less than 20 feet wide. It's not big. And it's 2-bedroom, 1 bath with these little tiny cubby-like rooms. So no guest room. What we have is we have the ability to borrow a vacation rental when we need to. There's one right up the street, a 2-minute walk up the street, literally. And it's just right up the street. We walk up there all the time to go clean that house. I walked a wheelbarrow up there the other day to move dirt. The other one is down the hill at the end of the street across the highway, still within walking distance. It's just more of a 10-minute walk. 15 if you walk real slow. But that's cool because there's places right here. They're within walking distance of town. So, you know, you're in a place for 3 nights. We come over one night and make a big dinner and hang out and party and stuff. But the other nights, you're just like, you know, what do you want to do tonight? Oh, well, let's go out and let's do this club. Okay, let's go out and do this. All right, let's go out and do this. Let's go to the museums. Let's do this. Let's go down to Palm Springs and spend the day down there doing shit. Let's go to record stores. You buy a bunch of shit here, you pack it up, and you ship it home before you leave, right? So there you go. No guest room. It is what it is, man. It's just, it is. Can't do nothing about it. I would love to have a big 3 or 4 bedroom house with a guest room and a studio and a garage and a big room just filled with all this vintage stuff, right? And then I can have it. I think the best I can shoot for is an arcade, and then maybe that will facilitate something else. But no, not right now. Yeah, I'd have to have a job, right, in order to get a bigger house. If I had a business, then I could put myself on payroll, and then I could get a bigger house. And even then, it wouldn't be a really nice, righteous 4-bedroom home, you know, in a neighborhood. It would be a piece of property with a little shack built into a couple of extra rooms, and yet it would be something like that, because that's more my speed. Totally. I gotta heat this coffee up, and I'm thinking about getting something to chew on. I'm getting hungry. So yeah. I wish I had a guest room or a guest house or a trailer parked out back, you know, a little Airstream or something all set up, you know, the mother-in-law trailer, you know, that would be great. But no. I mean, you know, you live in an apartment, right? So you know what I mean, where you just don't have room for much, you know. You can only expand so much. If you start expanding too much, you actually had to get rid of some stuff, right? Oh my goodness, that's just horrible. I'll be right back. I'm just gonna go in here, heat up this coffee. You can keep talking if you want, you know, or go get your beer or whatever. The vision, man. The vision becomes clearer and clearer. You know, I actually see myself inside of the arcade painting the walls, doing a second, third, fourth coat on this dark midnight blue walls that the murals are then going to go over, you know. So that the arcade starts as dark as possible, right? And then there will be video game space. In the space between video games will be a stool and a little bitty bar table type thing, shelf coming out from the wall, and then a mural with a light on it, right? And then above the video game, over to the next little area where there's a stool and a little, because you gotta have a place for somebody to sit and watch. You gotta have a place for the bar stool that goes where you're gonna sit and play, you know. And there'll be a bar stool on each side of the video games, and then a bar stool behind the video games. So there'll be bar stools, seating, long-term stuff. I don't want people coming in, standing around and going, all right, this is great, I'm out of here. I want seats everywhere, people to show up and stay, right? Mural over to big mural, down to small mural, and up like arches, right? And cubby type areas for the video games, right? So the video game is almost half into the wall with a little arch. The video game is recessed into a little arch, sticks out about a foot, so that there's another foot of a shelf and then a bar stool. So when you're sitting on a bar stool, you're looking at the game, right? There's 3 bar stools there, and there's the game, and there's your shelves and the drinks and everything, and it's fucking beautiful looking in my head. And the murals are of stuff from the 1980s, right? Because that's the arcade. Get a local artist to help design it all, you know, and make it their showcase, basically. So they get the front window, they get the outside of the building, and they get you do the inside for me, and the outside is your billboard to your work. This is where you showcase your stuff. Here's what I can do, hire me. And just do that with some local mural artists. You know, we have great graffiti artists out here as well. So anything is possible. I used to be in on the art scene. I used to be in on the music scene and stuff, a little bit here and there. So I can just kind of reinvest myself into those areas. And try to get some of those people involved. Where there's not a game recessed into an archway, it's a clear glass, plexiglass front cabinet with vintage stuff. Do you have a... So it would be really cool, you know. Really, really cool. I see it. It's all real. It's all in my head. I see it. I experience it every time I talk about it. I experience that arcade. The thing would be to eventually create a building with the arcade down below. Big, long, rectangular building with the arcade down below. And a 3-bedroom, 2-bathroom apartment upstairs. High ceiling in the arcade. An apartment. Got a back porch off the back. Up high. So you can go up there and have your own life. And have a yard behind the arcade where your dogs go. You know, the arcade is its own thing. The arcade has its own side yards so that it can expand out this way. You've got your backyard, so you can expand out that way. And you can live and work right there. Live and work, live and work. Have a backyard big enough, you can have a couple of tiny homes and have some of your employees living there as well. Fuck it. You know? What the hell? And then a lot of parking. A lot of parking. And make it all accessible and all inclusive. Anybody with a quarter, baby. Don't matter who you are. If you got a quarter, you're in. If you don't got a quarter, have a seat. You know? And the great part about owning something like that is when you get all of these kids in there and you start learning about the kids and their stories and who they are and where they're from and what their lives are about, then you know who you can help and who you can tap to help the other kids. Hey, did you know that maybe you should, you know? And then you can just say, well, you know, clean it, empty the trash cans every day, and you know, and you get a wristband to play whatever you want. Yeah, I get so worked up. This is one of those 3rd, 4th hour dream states. But I've done a lot of dreaming in my life. And a lot of fulfilling dreams. So, and I've seen a lot of the dreams come true. So, I don't mind dreaming so much. When I was a kid and I used to dream, I never used to see any of those dreams happen. But as I got older and I knew that I could start controlling the world around me, that I could actually make some of these dreams happen just by doing something, right? Hey, if you do something, you can make something happen. And so I would just do something and make something happen. My favorite thing is to build something. Because building is the easiest way to accomplish a dream, is by building. Just blood, sweat, and tears, muscle, brawn, and brain, just building something. The last thing I really built was my laundry room. And it took me 6 months to do most of the work by myself. My wife found a 10 by 12 metal shed, and it sat in a box. And it was, somebody had bought it and then never used it, so it sat in a box in our yard. And I moved dirt. I moved load after load of dirt from down the hill up into our yard, and filled in a cinder block retaining wall. I created a cinder block wall, packed with dirt and mud, so it became like a little concrete wall. I filled that in all the way up to the top of the cinder blocks with dirt, packed it in, right? So it was a solid block of hard dirt and bricks, with bricks, cinder blocks going down the center in ribs at equal points on the floor. And then I covered that floor with 2x8s laying down on the top of the cinder blocks, and then put down plastic, and then put down a flooring particle board 1 inch thick that had foil back on one side and was treated. And I created the solid floor on the foundation, not attached to the foundation, because it was just setting on the top of that cinder block and dirt pack. And then from there, I built, on top of the wall, I built a retaining wall around 3 sides that was 18 inches, not a retaining wall, a pony wall, 18 inches high all the way around 3 sides. And then I attached I built the shed on the top of that 18-inch high wall, so that now the ceiling has got a clearance over my head rather than me being right up against the metal. Now I've got this 18-inch clearance over my head walking down the center of this thing. From there, I put flooring in it and put a wall on instead of a sliding, I put a framed-in wall and an actual house door with a window on it. And then added electricity with an outdoor light and indoor lighting. Outlets, it's got 8 outlets in there. It's got hot and cold running water. It's got gas. It's got ventilation for the lint trap. I created this whole room specifically for my wife's brand new washer and dryer, and for storage. I put a hardwood floor in there, a rug, put shelving units all the way around, in a horseshoe all the way around one wall, and then the washer and dryer and laundry stuff is on the other wall. And that's my guest room, right? That's big enough to be a guest room. But it's just so packed full of stuff. A lot of stuff. But that was the last thing that I built, and I'm so proud of that, because it is an actual building. I insulated the walls, have 1-inch foam insulation sheets against the walls and on the ceiling. It seems to remain unfinished because of the foam paneling everywhere needs to be attached better and then covered with something resembling wood, maybe thin wood paneling in there. It would look great. But as of now, it works perfectly for what it is. And the fact that it's got a drain hooked up to the drain system, hot and cold running water coming in, gas coming in for the dryer. I've got an air conditioner out there. Lighting in and out. I put an outlet outside on the building and an outdoor light, double light. So that was the last thing that I really, really built, and I'm really proud of that. I'd love to build something substantial and not necessarily like physically construct it, but build something, build an idea, a dream to life. So that's, I just keep running into that. I just keep running back around to the dream. And it's not so much that a dream that is just like, ooh, there it is, gosh, that's neat, let's just look at it. But a dream that actually is more than just an ooh-ah thing, but something that grows and is a way of life, earning a living. It becomes your whole life, your everyday, you know, the arcade life. And just make it the best damn arcade in the world. You know, next to that, I would get a alcohol, tobacco license, and I would create next to that in its own building a laundromat bar. Yep. I would do a disco, one of those disco clubs that has the disco floor and the stage and the DJ up top and the lights, and then it's got the up, 3 feet above that, up the stairs, is a whole area of tables and chairs and booths, and then beyond that, you open up a curtain and there's a little room where you go in there and you can hang out, do your stuff, right? And then a balcony that looks down over the dance floor, right? A real club, right? The telephone at every table where you pick it up and you dial another table's number. Hi, can I buy you a drink, right? A real get to know you disco dance club, right? That would be the shit. But go back. If you're going to do something, then go big, go back, and go better than what's happening today. Go big, go back, go better.
I just make this shit up, man.
Totally. We're just about to 9 o'clock. 10, 11. So we're going to go on till at least 10 o'clock this morning. My wife is going to be here at about 11, so I need to be done and wrapped up before them and dressed and somewhat nourished, because we're going to go out and we're going to clean a house. And then we've got dinner planned. I think it's going to be oven-baked chicken thighs with those little round colored potatoes and onions roasted with some Brussels sprout halves, right? I think that's what we're going to do for dinner tonight. I think for lunch we'll probably finish off those ribs or something. I'll probably get more into the dinner thing, and we'll probably do the dinner early. We'll get done with the cleaning of the house at about 1 and back here, and we'll get dinner started. Somebody will probably want to eat, and then we'll start on dinner. Get that chicken in the oven to bake, because I like it baked for about an hour and a half to 2 hours. Even if it's just a little piece, it's got to be in there. It's just got to be falling off the bone and have that flavor. So we're going to do that tonight for dinner. Trying to take my mind off of arcade. Arcade. So many different arcade things pop into my head, and all of these different things I can just capitalize on, right? Just do a line drawing of something from the past and turn it into a screen, and boom, there's a shirt, I think, therefore I am. one of the first things that I have to do to raise money, and I think my daughter will probably agree, will be to get my own fundraising site, however that works, and get one of my own little code things that takes you to the page that shows you what it's all about and where the money's going, right? And then it shows you where to donate the money, right? And have these shirts made so that I can have a bunch of influential people who are out and about doing stuff wearing these shirts at least once a week. Or you're going to go to an event, wear my shirt, please, right? If you're going to go to a concert, you're going to go to a party, whatever, wear my shirt and get people to see this code, scan it, check it out, and donate. All you got to do is $1. That's all I'm asking is $1, right? I can do 5. Excellent. I'm 4 more. Excellent. So that's I think that, and then having a place that people can go to look to see what's happening and donate money. And then find ways to share that. Once I can get out on social media more, in various other locations, that's going to help. I think she can help with that. Just the idea of where and how to raise money. That's what's going to be the deciding factor in all of this. How easy is it going to be? And I'm not talking about overnight easy. I'm talking about within months of inception. How easy is it going to be to raise that kind of money? And what kind of reach do we need? How do we need to approach reaching people and getting other people to do the reaching for us, right? So she's great at taking notes while I'm talking. We've done this before. So we'll just sit here and we'll talk and we'll write down ideas. I wish I had a whiteboard. And just come up with stuff. Post-its. I've got a glass cabinet over here. I can turn that glass cabinet into my post-it board, right? I've got a cork board over there, but it's filled with photos from the 70s, 60s, 70s, and 80s, right? I've got a cork board in my room that takes up an entire wall. It's just kind of a schlang. It's just there, right? And there's hats hanging up the upper half, and there's a calendar and a few other things. So I could strip that and turn it into my base of operations once the arcade is up and a full-blown idea, not just a dream, but a goal, right? So, and I could also utilize this wall behind me here. There's this wall right here, up here and over here, and I could strip these walls down and use them and put a cork board and a whiteboard. But more and more, and I've had these things where, everybody just kind of goes, and then I'm doing it, and it's up, and it's an actual thing, and they're like, oh, well, okay, let's do it then. When I got that vending business up and going, it was kind of like and then pretty soon I got a business license, and I, tax number and a business name, and actual inventory and stuff. And then it's like, well, shit, I guess it's real, right? And if I get a building, or if I got money coming in to a special account, right, and I would have to get my own bank account for that. Here's an account that's for myself and my daughter, and that's a joint account that either of us can pull from individually. We don't need the other person. But everything goes into that. All of the fundraising goes into that until we reach a certain point. And hopefully the money will keep coming in after, for a short period after we've raised the money and we've kind of started to shut everything down. Money will still kind of dribble in, right? Hopefully, in a perfect world. and then use that account to create everything. And put my daughter as the face of it, because she's young and educated and, ambitious. So she's going, yeah, ambitious, right? I got an ambition to kick your ass. I'm going to go take a leak. I'm going to do that while we're kind of waiting for things to pick back up. So I'll be right back. Okay, I have an expansion on the idea for the laundromat bar to be added later, right? The laundromat bar, and then down below it'll say, and Barbary. Is that a word, Barbary? And it will be an old-time barber. There'll be the bar and the actual bar room with the tables and the booths and everything, and they'll be serving food and drinks, and then off to one side there'll be the double doors over here, big double door entryways into the laundromat where you can go drop your laundry off, go to get a drink, sit down at a table, get up, change your laundry, or you can take your laundry in, give it to somebody in the back, and there's a booth in the back of the laundry where you give them your laundry, you take a number, they do it for you, you get done drinking, eating, you go, you pick up your laundry basket, you pay them, and you're done, right? We used to have a place like that in Mammoth. And along one wall is a nice old-fashioned bar with the glass and the wood and the shelves and the bar and the wood and the brass and everything. And then off to one side, there's a doorway with a barber pole outside. And there's a doorway with a nice door, old-fashioned door, and an old-fashioned window front with the barber stuff information. And then inside that room, there's an actual old-time barber shop with the old chairs, everything set up old school, wood, brass, just beautiful, right? And a big burly, mustached, bald-headed guy in there with the shirt and the straps and, happy to serve you. Wouldn't that be just beautiful? Wouldn't it be a great bar? You know, the laundromat bar and Barbary, or barbershop, if Barbary is not a word. Make it a fucking word. If I say it, it's a word, right? Barbary. It's not the Barbary Coast, right? Another dream. Totally, eh? Arcade. I think so many different arcades, and how you could really just incorporate all of that old vintage stuff from the past into an arcade itself, the building, the actual, you know, what do you call it? The store, the room, the arcade, the building. You go in there and you're like, oh my God, I'm in the past. I'm so in the past. Right? I'm so in the past. Let's do some vanilla. I mean, what you call it? Sandalwood, dude. Let's do some sandalwood, bruh. Totally. Totally. The world is our guest room. That's it. Totally. Totally. There we go. There, we're waiting for Dubs to come back, because he should be back any time now. Shouldn't take him too long to go down and get some beer. Right? Some beer. Yeah, it's what, noon there? So, if it's beer time, it's totally beer time. Totally. If you, when you come and stay here, you won't really have time to get a load on until late in the evening, because there'll be just so much shit going on. So much stuff going on, yeah. Especially if you're really into going out and doing stuff, right? If you're like, no, I ain't gonna do a fucking thing. Well, there's lots of that to do too, right? So hopefully when Joey comes back, he and I will get to spend some time together just video gaming in the evening with the family, just playing board games, just doing stupid shit, right? I'm really looking forward to that, and I hope we can pull it off this time. Because you know what I want, I assume that nobody else wants that kind of thing, or the stuff that I want to do. Every once in a while, it appears that way, right? Well, shit, why weren't we doing that to begin with? Shit, if that's what you like to do too, gosh golly. So, hopefully, we'll do just that. We'll just play the whole time, just pretend to be kids. And when we're all pretending to be kids, we're all the same age. We're all teens again. We're all hanging out in Mike Kripke's basement, you know, playing spin the bottle and doing bong hits, right? That's what I'm talking about. The good old days. The good old days. I'm ready. I am ready for some good old days. However it is, whatever it means. All right, I'm gonna have to get onto that whole arcade. I know I keep beating a dead horse, but it ain't dead. It's actually, I'm breathing life into it, really. Breathing life into a dream. What do you call that? Resuscitating a unicorn? I don't know. Resuscitation. Recitation. Resuscitation. And regurgitation. Shut up. That's not it. Totally. I could do better than that, but I won't. The coffee, I don't know. It's possible that it's just the coffee is disrupting my denture adhesive, period, no matter how long it's in, because it's hot coffee and I keep drinking it and it keeps going in and swishing. And all it takes is for a little place where air can get in, and when you squeeze and then let off, it then sucks in the liquid, and then that gets into the adhesive, and then it's done. Pretty soon you're just squishing. Oh, that sandalwood smells so fucking good. I would literally, here I go again, literally. I would actually, every morning, getting to an arcade, getting it turned on for the day, I think one of the first things I would do every day walking in would be to light an incense and some sage every day at the door. As soon as I walk in, light it up and walk through. Hey, brother, you're back. But I think that would be a morning ritual, a daily ritual that I would start at the arcade. And that would be to walk into the door and light an incense bunch and a bunch of sage and just walk through the place back and forth every morning. And then set that there at the front door, at the front window of the arcade. What kind of beer did you get? And so that way every morning is done right? Get the little Hello Kitty at the front to wave. Kind of do, keep as much positivity and community involvement going as possible, and just try to recycle positive vibes every day. I'm going to do a bong hit because Dubs is back. There you go. That's for you. And it won't put me to sleep. No, siree. Highland Cold Mountain beer. That's like a Rollin' Rock out here, right? Rollin' Rock. Drink a lot of Rollin' Rock up in Mammoth. And Sierra Nevada Pale Ale. Those were my beers back then. Yeah. Back when Sierra Nevada Pale Ale used to be a local. Now it's everywhere. It's everywhere. Microbrewery, right? They've tried that out here. They've done the microbrewery, the micro, what do they call it? Still place, where they make booze. The coffee places, those places, they usually last a while. The coffee houses. There's a coffee roaster here. Nothing like Rollin' Rock. Okay. The coffee roasters, you can smell that. You go through town, it's like, what are they, burning rubber tires? Nah, they're roasting coffee over there. Well, geez, cut that shit out. I can just see an arcade popping up, boom. All of a sudden, with no warning at all, a sign and a light, and the doors are open, and boom, there's an arcade. And nobody knows shit. Grand opening party next weekend. Yeah. Everybody's invited. The games are going to be turned on. You come in, you buy a wristband, and the games are turned on. Right? And that's the opening night party. Everybody can go it through, and you pay a price to get a wristband, and everybody gets to play. Everybody. Kids under a certain age get a wristband for free. We're doing deals on hot dogs and Cokes. I'm getting too excited, damn it. Now, if I can get half of this, just a tiny tenth of my excitement built up in my daughter, we got something going on. It's a seasonal limited time. It only comes out around the holidays. Oh, dark stout. Ooh, there you go. I'm not into a stout. I'm not into a really hoppy, skunky beer. Neither is my wife. I like a good ale. I like a good dark or a brown ale. I like Guinness. Guinness is kind of a stout, right? I like Guinness. I like Bass. I like Newcastle. Newcastle is probably my favorite brown ale. Newcastle. Oh, I can taste a Newcastle right now. Ice cold, kind of nutty. Good Newcastle. Even I'll take a good black and tan. You know, you want to make bring over and we'll have some black and tans and cheeseburgers. That's what I'm talking about. We'll make black and tans and righteous gourmet cheeseburgers on the grill and do that. That'll be fucking awesome. And just get hammered out by the campfire at one of the vacation rentals, and you just sit around the fire and playing guitar, man. That sounds awesome. Let's do that. Sold. Yeah. All right, so I think the code on the shirt, and then I'll just have my daughter help me find a place online that does so many shirts for a good price. And because I've tried the local stuff and it just got too out of control. Fees, charges, fees. Every time I'd go in and I'd drop off money and come out, and I owed more, and it was like I just couldn't get ahead. So they were nice people, everything was great, but I thought I was going to get some kind of a thing going on, and there was no rapport. They were sweet people. I love them to death, but I couldn't do what I had to do. You know, so I'm going to go to one of those internet places that make your shirts, and there's your code, and there's your shirt. Donate now. Give now, right? Give. That's what it is. Give now. Arcade. Give now. Something. There's got to be some way to. I think that's going to be the starting point. Is okay. Look, we need to come out swinging. Let's do some kind of crowdsourced thing. Let's do some kind of a shirt thing. Let's do a multimedia, social media blitz, and then eventually do a local fundraiser type thing. It has a hint of cinnamon and cloves. One of those guys. Yeah, you and my wife. I don't like that kind of stuff. If maybe just the hint of like fruit, a raspberry nut brown ale with just a hint of fruity taste, just a little bit. That I can deal with. Other than that, just a nut brown ale. I'm a nut for brown ale. I'm hoping that at some point I'm going to be able to get to where my diet is good enough that I can start to consume small amounts of alcohol in whatever form I deem possible. I'm getting worked up again about the arcade. I don't mean to whisper, but I get so excited that I want to scream. So I have to whisper. There's going to be a lot of money spent on just raising money and the campaign to raise money, right? There has to be a budget there. Most of the stuff can be done online, and It's just going to be a matter of how much are we looking for? What are we trying to reach? I think if we do first start some kind of page that shows what's going on and has a link to raise money, right? That's the start. Because from there we can say, okay, well, let's get some shirts. Let's first of all take that site with that fundraising address, or at the very least just a Venmo and Zelle information, send money here, here's a code, right? Get that, and then do the chain texting, the chain message, share it, send it to people. If I send it to 10 people and they send it to 10 people, and it goes and goes and goes and goes, right? But they have to be reliable people, right? There has to be people who really, really want to help. And then they have to send it to 10 people who really believe in that person's belief, right? And so on. And then after it goes out, it's going to die after a generation or two going out. I'm going to reach 10 people, and hopefully they will donate. They're going to reach 10 people each, which is going to be 100 people. If I can get half of those people to continue or donate, then we're doing something. I need to watch El Topo. It's right here in quotations here. El Topo. It is. It's right there. Like I said, I step away from this and I kind of step away from everything. I will get back into the whole Jones thing where I can't get away, and I'm researching and finding digital copies of stuff, and it's real fun. I wish I could get other people in here every day with me, you know, co-producers and directors and that kind of stuff, you know. That would be neat. So I think I'm going to have to just get with my daughter and find out about fundraising. Create a budget ahead of time. Here's a tentative budget for what we need. Let's figure out how we can raise that kind of capital. We'll have to get a bank account just for that. Once the capital goes in, we're going to have to step away from any public assistance and say we're going to, you know, things have changed, so we'll have to write ourselves out. There you go. I will watch these movies. They're all in my lists. I'm going to put together one of these little notepads, notebooks, and it's just going to be lists of movies to watch, and I can just check them off. You know what's really cool is I was driving home yesterday with my daughter, our daughter, and we're driving and I'm cruising down the road, and I see a car up in front of us, and I focus in on the license plate, and I said, Misery. I knew a girl from Missouri once, and so Missouri. You ever seen a Missouri license plate before, Natalie? And she looks at me and said, I just wrote it down. And just like me at her age, she keeps lists of things that interest her, right? And she actually has on her phone a list in a notepad of license plates that she's seen here and abroad, right? And I'm saying, and so she's got these, and I used to have the same list, believe it or not. At her age, I had the same list of license plates. What license plates I had seen, what TV show episodes I had seen, right? Missouri, great movie, yeah. I wouldn't want to live there. So Missouri was the license. And so she put it down in her thing. And so I'm asking, you got Rhode Island? I know you got Michigan. I see those all the time. What about Ohio? You got Ohio? So I'm drilling her on what license plates, states she has in her list. She's so like me in so many ways, and she never knew that I did that. I never encouraged her to make a list of license plates, right? But we both have really done such very similar things, right? I really do think there is a thing called genetic memory, memory in our DNA. And the longer you live before procreating, the more information you put into that DNA, right? And I think my daughter has a lot of inherited memory. And she doesn't know it. It's not like it's, oh, look, I remember this. It's just genetic memory. Things that just come naturally to her because I did them. And now she's kind of latched onto that similarly, and she does that in her own way, right? Totally cool. That's another great Stephen King book. It's another great movie that I could only watch once, right? I love both of them in various projects. But Stephen King's good. And if you got a good director and good actors, that's all you need, man. And it's always there. And all you have to do is say, oh yeah, that movie. And then it plays in your head real quick. Oh yeah, I remember that scene and that's, oh yeah, That's enough. That's what keeps me from eating a lot, is that I do just that. I think about something and then I cook it, I eat it, and go, yeah, it was okay. And then it's like, okay, next, what am I going to eat? You know, and then I just keep going through these dishes in my head and enjoying them in my head, that I don't really want to eat them because I know what it tastes like. I know what it feels like. I know what this and that. It sucks. It sucks. That's why I'm going for different. Really going for different. Even if I can't always get there, I at least tried. Like the ribs. I wanted to eat those ribs last night. They were just too chewy. So I'll see if I can slow cook them some more and then give it a whirl. You know, steam them, boil them in barbecue sauce. There was this in Compton near the welfare building in the 70s. There was this restaurant at an old yellow house that had been converted into a restaurant, and it was a soul kitchen, a soul food kitchen restaurant, and the food was awesome, right? One of their specialties was ribs, pork ribs, and they had this big giant pot cooking with sauce and filled with ribs, right? And they would just reach in and pull out a 3-pack of ribs, throw it down on the plate. And you never heard the bone hit, because when you picked it up and bit into it, you bit into it bones and all. And that should have been cooking all fucking night long. So by the time you're chewing on it, there's like, oh wow, I just ate a bone, man. And it's just soft. It's like bone marrow. It's so soft. Crazy. Crazy good. Good stuff. I love good Southern food, you know. And we had Southern California style inner city soul food, which was a little different, but it was really good. Black-eyed peas and collard greens and cornbread, and just some great dishes. What was it? Some rice dishes, beans and rice dishes. Just beautiful, beautiful stuff. And I was young. I was like 8 years old. So, and it was different, but, I was always eating fish sticks and macaroni and cheese and hot dogs and that kind of shit. So when we were getting something different, even if it was just McDonald's cheeseburgers, I was in heaven. Yep. I still go back to the past when I eat a McDonald's cheeseburger, just a plain regular cheeseburger with ketchup and mustard and onion and pickle. When I eat one of those and some fries and a Coke, it so totally takes me back to when I was a little kid. And our parents used to use McDonald's food as a bribe. We got to go do this, you know. We're going to go out, we're going to get McDonald's, and we knew that something was happening. Usually, if we had to go get immunization shots, right? If we had to go get our shots, then they would take us to McDonald's, right? And it sucked because most of the time we couldn't keep the McDonald's, or I couldn't keep the McDonald's down after the shots, after them putting that stuff under your tongue, right? The little things that they did to you when they poked and prodded you and injected you, right? And we would get done and we'd go to McDonald's and I wouldn't be hungry, or I'd eat and throw up. Or we'd go to McDonald's first and then they'd do all of this stuff to us and then I'd throw up and get sick, you know. Yeah. Horrible shit. So McDonald's was kind of a good and bad, you know. We loved to go to McDonald's when we were just going to McDonald's. We're just out. It's like, all right, yeah, we gotta eat. Let's go to McDonald's and get some cheap burgers. Back when the cheeseburgers were like 25, 50 cents. I don't think they were too much back in 1976, right? Those little McDonald's cheeseburgers were pretty cheap. I think you could get, you know, quite a few of them for a good price. So we'd eat a lot of that. We'd all split these giant fries and have cheeseburgers. My mother, she always had to have ketchup on the bottom and mustard on the top. It had to be that way or she wouldn't eat it. No pickles. Crazy. I remember we were at a McDonald's in the city somewhere. Oh, Garden Grove or somebody. And we're at this McDonald's. And we're eating. And we come back in from McDonald's, the bathroom or whatever. We're bringing food back into the car. And we get back into the car and my mother's crying. And Mama Cass Elliott had just passed away. And she was bawling her eyes out about that. And then got really upset because the cheeseburger was not done right. And it's McDonald's, right? They don't do special orders, right? And she was doubly upset. I love barbecue. I love to do barbecue at home. We love a good barbecued burger. I like to take a really good steak with a good fat content and then give it to the butcher and say, grind this up. And then we'll take it home and we'll flavor it real good. And we'll throw that on the grill and make some great steak burgers that just have this flavor that's out of the world, because it's like eating a steak, right? On the grill, it gets that steak flavor. And then you throw that on a really nice fucking gourmet bun. And that's just a barbecued burger, right? My wife does great carne asada. We do great chicken. We'll do like a whole chicken and just part it out on the barbecue and let it roast for hours, right? Nobody's getting fat except Mama Cass. Yep. I remember that day. I remember the look of that parking lot in the McDonald's store. It was some things you just never forget. You know, like the hotel we were in when Elvis died. Some things are just always there. Mm-hmm. Oh, look. A bong hit. Uh-oh. Pardon me, I didn't hit the cough button. Or rather, the sneeze button. That's all I was able to hit. At least you didn't see my mouth open and my dentures fly out and stick to the wall or something. That would be horrible. God, the smell of this sandalwood is so beautiful this morning. The taste of the coffee. This bong hit. See, that's the whole thing. Eventually, if you have a building with an arcade below and room to expand, and on the same building there's a 3-room apartment, right? And you create these buildings so that once you're done with them and it's like, I'm burned out, you sell it, you rent it, right? And you build, here's one, and then you've got yards on either side, and then you, fuck it, we got money, let's build another one. Here's another really nice store building with an apartment above it. You know, I think anyone in an area where you don't want to move around a lot would just love to have an apartment above your own store, your own restaurant, right? Did I ever see the Beverly Hills Hotel, like in person? Yeah, I've driven by that a number of times. Rodeo Drive. We used to, back in the 80s, we used to go and we only lived an hour or so, a little more than an hour out of Los Angeles. So we would throw into a fucking car. What about the Chateau Marmont? I remember seeing all of these stuff, the Hollywood, the Roosevelt, there's a bunch of those things that are still there, the Magic Club, the Magic Castle, rather, all of these things. We used to go out there in the 80s, pile into a fucking car and drive out there. And then we had no rhyme or reason. We were just close enough to go out there and fucking do shit. Sometimes we'd go out there to see one of our local bands out at the Troubadour. Or sometimes we were just driving out there. It's like, let's go walk Sunset Strip. And we'd take our video camera and go walking around and looking at shit, checking shit out, going into stores, to walking around getting high. And that was it. And then we'd pile back into the car and come home. You know, because we could. I'm trying to encourage that in my daughter. So her and her friends will just say, hey, let's pile into the car and go to the beach. Right? That's, right now they're young, so they're taking steps. And a lot of them are too responsible and don't want to be out for long periods of time. You know, I'm like, don't be gone late. And she said, oh, we won't be. So-and-so doesn't like to be out late, so we're going to be coming up pretty early, you know. Rock and Rollers Hotel, like Led Zeppelin. Yep. Yeah, exactly. Exactly. And the people who come out here and stay, right? The longer you stay, the better opportunity you have to just drive a couple of hours to LA and hang out in Hollywood for the day or the night, or get a room, right, and stay there. We stayed there in the Holiday Inn that was right up behind the Capitol Records building, right? And there's just, it's really neat that we're so close to so much here in Southern California. We're so remote, out in the middle of nowhere, the desert, right? There ain't much out here. But all you got to do is head 1 or 2 hours in any given direction, 3 hours max, and you're all of a sudden you're in Nevada and you're passing casinos and shit, and you're a stone's throw from Vegas, right? A couple of hours. The drive from here to Vegas is through the Mojave National Park, and it's a great drive. It's a beautiful drive. Yeah. So there's so much to do, so much to see, so much going on, you know. It's totally bitching. Waldorf Astoria. No, the International House of Pancakes. There was one there in L.A., just right on the border of Hollywood and Los Angeles, common, and it was the original looking building, the big ski chateau thing, and then the arch going this way, and then the big front, and the windows, and you'd go inside, and it was these big tall rafters and ski poles and long distance skis and all of this. Just it reminds me of a place that we used to go in Corona, me and Julio down by the schoolyard, Corona, and it was a place called the Sea Shanty. The Sea Shanty. And it was this little building, this little house that was right off the main drag until they put the freeway in, and then it was down at the end of a dead end that blocked into the freeway, and that there was no through access, and it had big factories and stuff popped up around it, and it just faded away. But the Sea Shanty, for a while, it was the go-to seafood place in Corona. And it was all kinds of, any kind of seafood you could think of that was, Caucasian, they had it. You could get clam chowder, you could get lobster, you could get crab, you could get shrimp deep fried, you can get any kind of seafood type of stuff, stuff that would come with a baked potato and that kind of pasta and shrimp. But it was, my mother loved to go there, and I loved to go there because you'd walk in and it felt like you were on a ship, like a pirate ship. There were nets and barrels and wood and lanterns and just all of this old nautical themed stuff, and I loved it. I was so sad when I wanted to take I wanted to take a date to the Sea Shanty in Corona, and it was gone, and I was so bummed, right? We got there, and it was just a boarded up building, and we had to go eat somewhere else. But that was a long time ago. The Mayborn, Four Seasons, Waldorf Astoria. So these are places that you stay when you travel, huh? I stay at Motel 6, the Super 8, Dave's Motor Lodge Inn, right? That's where I stay. Rooms to rent, 50 cents. That's where I'm staying, brother. That's what I'm doing. I got a little stuff on me. Yeah, totally. The She Shanty. What? So it's 9:45. I am at some point going to have to get off of here. I think we're going to call it quits around 10:30, because that'll give me just enough time to get dressed and to chew on something before my wife shows up to take me to go clean a house. Probably the house you guys are going to come stay at. I imagine at some point we're going to be able to raise the funds for you guys to come out and stay at a house together here for a few nights, right? Jerry loved sea shanties, right? I love a good sea shanty, but I love this restaurant. I love a good restaurant that has such a theme inside that it only adds to the enjoyment of the dinner, right? Wall-sized fish tanks with so much sea life swimming in it, right? Those big captain steering wheel with a place that you can stand up and use it and get a picture, right? That was such a great place. As soon as you walked in, the creaking of the door, all right, double door, that had the portholes on it, all right? It had the creaking floorboards, right? Creaking floorboards. I mean, it was that cool. Or at least the memory of it is that cool. But I remember each booth, it had stuff on the wall that just kept your interest. Everywhere you looked, everybody was doing this. They were eating, but they were just looking around at all of this stuff. Because somebody went to a lot of trouble to curate and cultivate all of these nautical themed items, right? And I've seen some restaurants, some really nice seafood restaurants on the coast, but this was inland, right? This was an hour inland. And yet it had such a, you felt it when you went in. You could smell the ocean. You could smell it. It was fucking awesome. If my friend Guy was still here, if Hyvram was still here, I would ask him if he remembered the sea shanty in Corona. Because that was one of those places, like out here, Pinnacle Peak Restaurant is a steakhouse that has been out here forever, and it's still around. You can still find it. It's in Ontario or Upland, in that area, here in California. And you can go in there and get the biggest fucking steak that you want. You can pick it out. They'll cook it right there in fucking front of you to your satisfaction. You get big giant baked potatoes, big bowls of beans, right? Salads, just any kind of steak type stuff you want, right? The only thing is that you take your friend in with a tie, because they're going to cut that tie off and stick it to the wall. It's one of those places. And I'm sure they've thrown away millions of ties, because that place has just been decorated with ties for decades. I love a good tiki bar too. That's one of the things that I want to add to one of these vacation rentals, is an outdoor tiki bar, right? Something where you go out there, you open it up like this, you prop it up so that now it's got an awning. You pull out the stools onto a patio that's there for the stools, right? Or it's got stationary chairs. It's got a little doors on the side. You open up these doors along the side, you walk into the back. It's got the mirrored glass and the tiki shelves and everything. It's got the tiki roof, right? It's all made of bamboo. And it just sits off in the yard. And when you're ready to use it, you open it up. It's got water, electricity, drainage. It's got a little TV in there, a little stereo. And that becomes your hangout place outside, right? I would love to make a little tiki bar. My friend worked in a dive bar. It was great. It was this, in Mammoth Lakes, California, there's this main drag that goes up toward the mountain. And there's this long, steep portion of it. And along that portion, you pull off. There's this restaurant that's level with this part here. You go down and you pull off down below, and you park in the parking lot. You walk up some stairs and you walk into the restaurant. Or you walk in a side door down here, or downstairs into this little dive bar down below. And it was really dark and seedy and dank and smelled of old beer, right? And it was just the best place to be. I used to, when my friend was the bartender and the manager, I used to sit at one end of the bar every Friday and Saturday night and nurse beers and just hang out, right? It was great. That was my favorite bar experience, was La Sierra's restaurant and bar, right? That was great. You could order food down there and they'd bring you bar food down from the restaurant. You could order a pizza or whatever. It was great. And my friend, he managed the place, and he would hire bands to come up there and play. And above the bar was the restaurant, and above that was a third floor that had a couple of offices and a bunch of little hotel rooms from way back when. He had them cleaned out and used them for bands to come and stay. So he could talk a band into coming up and working for X amount of dollars because he could give them a place to stay. What a smart guy. He got great blues musicians and entire bands up there who normal people couldn't get to come up for that price. Right? Captain Beefheart. I'll give you a beef heart. Don't have a beef, man. Totally. I think it is the coffee. My dentures are okay, but I think they're going to have to come out and get put back in order to... Okay, so there you go. Every once in a while, my OBS program cuts out and reconnects. And I'm back, but there's a slight glitch there where I was gone. So it's like I hit the cough button, right? And there's a little, and it comes together, and I'm just watching it now. But I don't know how it's going to look at your end. Oh, there it is. There's that little glitch there where I'm drinking coffee. That's when my program cut out. And I had a buffer, so we didn't miss much. But now I have less of a cough button, so to speak. We've got about, a half an hour or so left. So I don't know what we're going to do, how we're going to spend the time. We did some good throwback stuff this morning. Captain Beefheart, got any of his albums? No, actually, I think I have some 8 tracks, right? I would love to sit with somebody and just go through my stuff and kind of check it out with somebody so we could kind of enjoy it together, because I got so much shit, I don't know what the fuck I got. I don't know what I got, really. I got so many records that I use regularly, but then stacks over here and in shelves that I don't use regularly, and I don't know what's there. I've got 8 tracks that I've got just everywhere, and I don't really know what I got. You know, every once in a while I'll remember, oh, that's right, you get some unused Raiders tickets, you know, but it usually takes some kind of prompting for me to remember that I have some kind of these weird items, right? He was on Frank Zappa's left label. Okay, right. My dad used to tell me about weird stuff, and you know, and I would go, yeah, right. There's no such band as Mott the Hoople. What is a Mott the Hoople? Shut up, dumb. I don't believe you, right? Because he would tell me things that were completely unbelievable and get me to believe them, and then he'd go, you believe something, right? So then he would tell me something like Mott the Hoople, you know, or Susie Cream Cheese, and I'm supposed to believe this shit? Fuck you. I do that with my daughter. I make sure that she's ungullible. I say, you know, this is a word, and she'll go, no, it's not. And then I make her look it up, or I'll show her the definition of something. She'll go, oh man, really? I don't know what to believe. And then I'm like, exactly. You never know what to believe. So don't believe anything. So I'm always doing that to her. Don Van Villet. Oh, who, Captain Beefheart? Right? Totally. Oh, look at that. I got some more doobage here. I'm going to start doing the one-hitter, actually. I think I'm going to enjoy hitting this stuff a little bit differently now. Put this guy up there. Park him up there. Move things around. This weed is really much like the weed I used to get back in the late 70s, early 80s when I was first getting into weed. Right? Like that Fallbrook red hair. It's got the same smell, same taste, same look. It's great, really. I'm really using it as a time machine element here. I'm going to have to roll a joint and enjoy a joint of this. because it's really good. Totally. Just killer stuff. Totally. Totally. Yeah. I'm going to just keep doing my time travel thing. That's what I'm going to do. Right? Just keep living in the past. Just keep bouncing backward. And just take as many people back as I can. You were born in Glendale, California. No shit. Were your parents on vacation? Died in Arcadia, California. Oh, he was. I thought you said I was. I'm like, really? No shit? You're a native, but then you left? I imagine you were born over yonder. Like I'm a native of Southern California. I was born in L.A. General. And probably left debt as soon as I was born. Totally. I was probably in debt as soon as I was born. I never wanted to be here. Why should I have to pay? Yeah, you know what? There's so many things to see out here, so many things to do. You were born in Columbus, South Carolina. See, that's kind of what I figured. You were born over there, I was born over here. You're a native over there, I'm a native over here. We're all natives, man. We were all born here on the planet, man. You can't own property, man. Yeah, you can, you penniless hippie. Totally. I keep getting wrapped up in so many different thoughts. That's what happens at this time of the day. It's 10 a.m. here exactly on the Pacific West Coast, and I'm a West Coaster. I'll always be a West Coaster. Even if I were to move to the East Coast, I would still have to stand at one end of the beach looking the opposite direction to try to make myself feel at home. And even then it wouldn't be the same, because I do believe that most of the East Coast is like the Northwest Coast, rocky. Is Rob Halford still gay? No, actually they cured him. They fixed that. He had surgery. He underwent all kinds of countless bouts of chemotherapy, and they totally eradicated his gayness. He's no longer gay. What the hell are you talking about? Is he still gay? Are you still an East Coaster? Right? Is that just one of those things? Is Rob Halford still gay? Are you still an East Coaster? Well, is Rob Halford still gay? Is that what you mean? I get it. I totally get it. Sometimes in text, things don't. See, I'm glad he got cured, right? Oh, now I can watch Judas Priest again. He's cured. No, good. Good for him. Do whatever if that's what makes you, you do you to the best of your ability. If you're gay, if you're straight, if you're hetero, if you're solo, whatever it is, right? If that's what you do to be you, then do you. And don't let anyone tell you different, right? And I think that's what we're really talking about here. Being facetious. Remember when that first came out about his gayness? Yeah, I totally remember that, right? I had already stopped listening to Judas Priest by that point because I had moved on. He'll do you. Funny. I had just kind of moved on. I had started to move into laid-back coffee house stuff, pre-grunge coffee house music, kind of classics, coffee house stuff, reading poetry, and I had a girl that loved me, that kind of shit. And then by the mid-90s, grunge and the loss of Jerry, I was done with music. I just walked away for 15 years. until my daughter started getting into music in junior high and high school. And then we started to kind of come back together and see we had the same musical interests. And of course, she was picking up her stuff from my cues, but her interests started in the mid-90s where I fell out. So she could fill me in on what I missed, and only the good stuff, right? So that's cool. Yeah. But I was gone. I was out of heavy metal. I think the last heavy metal thing I did was going to see Metallica because a girlfriend wanted to go, and that was it. Breaking the law, breaking the law. I used to play a bunch of Judas Priest on electric guitar. What I should do is plug in my electric guitar and play. Of course, I'll pick it up and it'll be all tweaked because I haven't played it in a while, and I'll have to take it to the shop and have the guy tweak it. Hopefully, it's doing fine because it's in its case. And he said, just leave it in the case. Leave it in the case. Don't leave it out. Leave it in the case. I keep these out because I can fiddle with these all the time. But I'll pull that out and plug it in, and we'll go back, and maybe tomorrow we'll do a flashback, and I'll play some of my old Judas Priest favorites. Living After Midnight was one that I used to play all the time. All the way through, lead and all. I used to put it on and sit there and play it, the whole thing. It was great. Back when I was young and excitable about that kind of stuff. Now I'm just slow and old, and it hurts my brain, that kind of shit. My fingers don't do what I want them to do. I used to be able to tell my fingers to do stuff and they do them. Now, old and moldy. That's it. Old and broken, baby. Yep. This is going to be great, man. This is going to be great. Creating something as a community to become a hub in the community for young and old alike, right? Send shirts to people all over the country and get them to wear them when they go out to shows and concerts and bars and to work. And did you wear it to work yet? Yeah, I wore it to work. I've got everybody at work. Take a picture of it. Check it out. Okay, next, go to a concert and wear just the shirt and get people to see that thing. Right? Because people see it and then they'll just scan it and check it out. Oh, I see what that is. Right? No, you got another thing coming, dude. I love early Judas Priest. I love everything from the first all the way up until like Turbo Lover, right? And then I just kind of, once we left the 80s, I couldn't go on with 80s stuff. I had to leave them back in the 80s so that they would remain unchanged. I knew early on that the 80s were something I would never forget, right? So I had to, even back when I was in the 80s, I was curating the 80s to remain in my head for always as my go-to place, right? My go-to time period. We're headed out to the highway. We got nothing to lose at all. Gonna do it my way. Take a chance before I fall. Take a chance before I fall. Yeah, I love that shit, man. Down, 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 down. Oh, dude. Yeah, I'm gonna have to put on some Judas Priest and listen to it, and bust out that electric guitar. I got an amplifier, PV, right down here. I keep a little DeWalt Bluetooth speaker that I can jack in my my Boss effects digital recorder. And I run my guitar through that, and I can plug that digital recorder then into my mixer or into my little my PV or my little portable DeWalt speaker, and then just sit and jam. Oh, right? The 70s are the greatest music of all time. Yes, I would have to agree. 70s, 80s, 60s, like that for me. 70s. For other people, it's like, no, 60s and then 70s and then 50s. Or, no, it's 60s and then 50s. It's the 50s, man. That's where the best music is. The 50s, 60s, 70s. Just like in that order. You beatnik. Totally. Totally, eh? Totally. I'm speaking totalitarily, okay? Totalifically. Totananously. Totally. Totally. That's how I'm speaking. Like a goober. Yeah. I know that at some point dementia and all of these brain things are going to affect me so that I'll be in my own world doing stuff, and in reality I'll just be sitting there going and drooling, right? But I'll just be having the time of my life in my own head. Bring it on, baby. Bring it fucking on. I just want to sit in the back office of an arcade, right? Dog in my lap, working on a machine, researching where I'm going to get the next arcade machine, going over notes with my daughter, I see it, and then let her use that as a springboard to do whatever the fuck she wants to do, right? Because I just want something to kind of wrap things up with, and if I can kind of wrap things up with something that she's gonna just start off with and use to get a jump, I think, God, that'd be perfect. What a combination, right? The young and the old, going back to move forward. Psst. Psst. What are you gonna do, right? We got about 20 minutes left this morning, and then I'm going to go eat something, anything, and get dressed and run out of the house with my wife, because I gots to, and I love having my wife as my work partner. When we first met, we worked together. That's what got us, figuring out that we worked well together. 111. Put a bow on it. Oh, I'll put a bow on it. Yeah, put a bow on it. Come back to it later. I'm telling you. It's coming. It's building up steam. It's getting momentum. It's taking shape. The drawing board is just covered, right? Once those notepads start just flying, my printer's printing shit out, I got to get paid. Totally. You know what? It's a tool. Money is a tool. I don't want to be a tool of money. I want money to be a tool for me. So that's the way I kind of look at money now. I used to think, oh my God, just got paid today. Got me a pocket full of change. Totally. Yeah, I remember a lot of ZZ Top. LaGrange, baby. I've got a couple of ZZ Top albums, I believe. Yeah. Dogs outside. Neighborhood's waking up. It's only a little after 10 a.m. here. You're a tool. And you're a stool. I'm a tool, but you're stool. Ew.
He just called you poo.
Cheers. Oh, it's gone. No more. That sucks. Right. Oh my God. Turn off the steam. Oh no, the coffee's not steaming. Totally, I can't turn it off. That wouldn't work. I don't want to leave it off. Yeah. I mean, just coming up with incentives and reason for people to come hang out, right, at an arcade would be awesome. Parties. That'd be a place to do community block parties, right? Right there in the parking lot. Yeah. I'm bad. I'm nationwide. Yeah, well, I'm worldwide, baby. That's me. Because I'm on YouTube. I'd go anywhere. I'm on YouTube. I can be taken anywhere. I can be picked up anywhere on the planet. And even in space, because I'm on the World Wide Web. I'm here. I'm bad and I'm worldwide. I'm ferocious, dude. I'm a madman. This guy's a kook. Hey, that's me. Totally, that's me. That's totally me. I'll take that moniker. I'll take that. You can call me a kook. I'm an uneducated white trash slacker. That's me in a nutshell. That's me. Uneducated white trash slacker. Look what you can do being an uneducated white trash slacker. Uneducated, like formal education. I have no formal education at all. GED, some college. Well, I'm caught in a web, all right. A web of lies and deceit, obfuscation. That's it, man. It's all obligatory. It really is. It's just all what it is, man. I can't believe I've had so many long shows today. I can't believe that so many people have been showing up and doing stuff and hanging out. It's been really a treat. I think that along with learning how to go live, I'm going to learn how to simulcast 2 shows live. Be live here and go live here for a podcast, an hour-long podcast, where I have a topic, I got a thing to talk about, and we go over here, we talk about it. We're still here. We're still live here, but now I'm over on this podcast talking about this, and this can be monetized, right? And how can we share the feed, that kind of a thing? 2 cameras, 2 different angles, 2 different things going on. Maybe a camera shooting face at me. Have, a place where I can do the money thing. I can get caught in the web, so to speak. Because I keep telling my wife, at some point, all of this is going to find a purpose. And I will be able to parlay this into something that will be financially beneficial. Because right now, I got nothing to do because I'm broken. And I'm broke. So any money that I've spent on this, I've had to find and to create a special budget for all of this, right? So, at some point, it would be nice if this did snowball into something or kind of paid off in some way, so that it was less of a, what would seem like a financial burden that's not, because it doesn't cost anything to do this. I'm not a member on YouTube, so I don't pay any money there. You know, I'm using my regular Wi-Fi internet service plugged in. You know, these are just my home laptop computers that I use to do my home crap. The only thing I've really done is, you know, got this mixer here to kind of set up a little more elaborate presentation. That's it. I didn't buy the OBS software that gives us this graphic stuff up front. I didn't do any of that. It's free. Most of this stuff is just like, hey, it's just there. But wouldn't it be nice if I could take this and either use this to start something that would make money, or at some point roll this into something that had a little financial twist of its own, right? I don't know. I don't want to make this too much like a business or like a job, because then it wouldn't be fun anymore. But if I kept this going and then just a little side podcast thing that was on a channel that had commercials and all of that, right? I don't know. I don't know. I just keep thinking, you're the white bone. I keep my distance from my own. Keep the faith, Lord. Sleep with the light on. You and your song lyrics, right? And what does this mean? Where's this from?
It's one ring-a-ding, two ring-a-ding.
No, really, I have no idea what that means. You're speaking in tongues. Speaking in tongues. And I'm speaking through hunger. I'm 10 minutes out. I'm going to wrap it up in a few minutes, because my wife is literally, honestly, seriously, positively going to be pulling up in the next 30 minutes and honk and say, "Are you ready? Let's go." Or she'll send me a message. "I'm here." Sometimes she'll swing by the house we're supposed to clean and see if they're gone. Sometimes go in and start laundry and check the place out. Every once in a while, she'll send me a message and say, "The place isn't dirty. You know, they only used one bathroom. They only slept in one bed, yada, yada, yada." And then she just takes care of it for the both of us, which is great. I don't like to feel that useless. But when I'm in pain, it's great. And that's all the time. But I still try to get out and do something. So I'm as clean as gospel blood. And man, I'm so lonesome waiting for the fire to follow the flood. There you go. There you go. Let's see, that's poetry by Denzel Washington. Hey, I knew that. See, I knew it. I knew it. I fucking totally knew it. Hey, Mr. Cat, I know it. So tomorrow's Flashback Friday, and I am going to get done, and I'm going to bring my guitar over here, and I'm going to set it up against this wall, and it's going to be there, and it's going to be in the room with me come tomorrow morning, and I'm going to try to get all the other little elements I need. And what I do is I plug this directly, this little mixer. I take this mixer here, and I plug this directly into my audio video mixer. So I plug it into an audio mic jack, and I split it. So one goes into the audio mixer and one goes into these headphones, and then I unplug over here and I plug in over here, and then I can hear the guitar. I can't hear my voice, but I can hear the guitar, and then I can adjust the guitar volume, watching my mixer and the voice and the guitar, and do it that way, right? So there you go. Did you ever see the Malcolm X movie? I believe I did. I don't recall too much about it because I've seen a few Malcolm X documentaries and speeches, so it all kind of blurs together between the reality and the movie, right? It's like after you watch so much JFK stuff, you can't remember if you saw that on the JFK Kevin Costner, or whether it was on the History Channel on that JFK documentary, or whether it was on this JFK thing with Martin Sheen, or, and you get lost. It all turns into the same file in your head, right? So this is cool. So I can hook this up, put some batteries in it, get it hooked up with some really cool guitar effects, and then go right into my mixer there. So I'll leave that up there so it reminds me. Totally. That's right, Spike Lee. Yeah, I do remember that one. Yeah. Totally. Let's see. Tomorrow is Flashback Friday. We're just going to keep doing more of the same. It seems to be working for us. Every once in a while, we play a live song. Every once in a while, we get things right. Every once in a while, we entertain people. And every once in a while, somebody new and exciting shows up. And we can go, hey, look at this new guy. Hey, what the fuck, new guy? What's going on? So, totally. We had 4 people on the show again today. We've had people on the show every day this week. Denzel Washington, he played Malcolm X. My word. Totally. Yeah, it was a great movie. It's a great movie. Great. He did a lot of great stuff. Denzel. Right. Not to be confused with, that other guy. Damon Williams. No, not that guy. What's his name? Ricky Skaggs, no? Anyway, I am going to just seriously think hard about this whole project. I got my notepad. I'm getting really antsy. I'm going to have to find out from my daughter when she goes on Thanksgiving break. She's going to have a week off. I should be able to figure that out, right? I can figure that out. Here's my calendar. Which week is it? Not this week coming up, but the next week she will be off for Thanksgiving break for the whole week. I think she only gets 1 week, but she might get 2. One of those days, I am going to be able to get her to talk seriously with me about this project. So we're close. So I think I can start doing preliminary research, right? I think video game prices, where I can get video games and video game servicing and get them for sale and for lease and that kind of stuff. Oh, dude, Glory is one of my favorite movies, man. I love a good Civil War movie from the black perspective. Or any movie of that kind of era, the first 200 years, anything of that caliber from the black perspective. I love those. Even like Tobacco Road, the play. I love that shit, man. I just eat it up. I think because in my soul, I know that we all come from the same planet, humanity, and seed, and so that therefore we're all related. If I hurt you, I'm hurting me. And that's where I really get into seeing things from the black perspective, because they spent a lot of time suffering, and the movies that express that really hit home with me. Yeah, great fucking stuff. Great stuff. The whole his whole company of men is just I remember seeing that one guy who's not real bright, and he's got that face, and he just some great actors. God, I wish I could. I'm going to have to, that's on somewhere on one of these streaming things. I'm going to have to check that out again and watch that. Glory. Because it is just great. The whole story, the whole reality and everything. Fucking awesome. Well, as awesome as that is, and as awesome as this whole entire day has been, because once again we have surpassed 5 hours, and we are halfway through hour 6, but we are going to have to call it quits for the day. Why? Because I got shit to do. That's all. That's the only reason. If I could stay all day, I would. Right? But I can't. I gotta go. I gotta get on with the rest of the day doing stuff. The new Ken's Burn doc is out. Which one is that? What is he doing now? Eventually I'm gonna get the whole collection of Ken Burns and just sit and watch them one after the other, right? Because that gives you such a huge look at the American human experience, right? Oh yeah, that scene. Oh yeah, there's so many great cinematic moments sharing the black experience, right? Yeah. I think if we see that stuff or know that someone next to us is suffering and we're not suffering inside, then there's something wrong with us. Seriously. You cannot see someone else suffer so close you can touch them and not feel suffering inside and not want to stop them from suffering, right? That's just me. Maybe it's just me. You know, that's just me. I'll bet dollars to donuts that during the filming of that scene with Denzel Washington, I'll bet that he probably had something on his back, but I'll bet that he was really taking hits so that he could feel the impact. Maybe not to the degree of leaving welts, but so that he could feel the impact every time it hit him, so that he could let it jar him emotionally. I'll just bet dollars to donuts that filming that scene, he actually took the whip strikes through some kind of padding on his skin. And if not, that's how I would have done it if I were an actor. It's a 12-hour series called The American Revolution. Ooh, really going back. This guy bounces all over with this shit, man. I love Ken Burns. And he's such a funny looking 1980s nerd, right? I just love that guy. Yeah, I could sit and watch those just one after the other for sure. Baseball and the Civil War and and you name it, I'm gonna watch it. Get to watch it. There's a lot of them I haven't seen yet, and I just can't wait. Yeah, that's method acting for you, exactly. All right, dude. I'm gonna call it quits because I gotta go. Or my wife is gonna show up or send me a message, and she's gonna be sitting right outside there. So you gotta take it easy, man. You gotta spread some peace and love, not bullshit, right? I can't wait till tomorrow because we can pick this up again, right? So take care of yourself. The jazz one, that's what I really want to watch, right? I think I've got that somewhere, dog-eared somewhere. But yeah, let's do that. All right, people, you know what time it is. It's time to spread peace and love, and not bullshit. Get out there and do something for yourself, but do something for somebody else too. Why? Because you can. Makes you feel good. Makes somebody else feel good. Makes the world a better place. Makes you a better person. Makes us all better together. So let's do that. Let's just do something. Let's get community stuff going on. Take care of each other. There's somebody right out there that needs help. So check it out. See what you can do. See what you can do about it. Do something. Just do it. Just do it. Just do it. All right, people. Take care of yourselves. I love you. I can't stress that enough. That you guys are great. Take care of each other. Be good to each other. But most especially, stay weird, baby. Stay real weird. Cosmically weird, as Dubs puts it. Thank you, everybody, for coming by. Lucy Brighton early this morning was the jokester. She was great. Dubs then showed up. James has been bopping in and out all morning. A friend of mine, a great friend of mine this morning, Hiram from back in the day, stopped by. Thank you, Hiram. Thanks, Guy. Stop by again. We'll play around. I'll talk to you guys. See you later. Take care of each other. And, oh, yeah? Adios. Love you, brother. Bye. Peace. See you tomorrow.